It's just, and Frank, and also I know some of the unions, some of the New York unions, they have very good relationships with the Aspiats of the world, etc. You know, from I'm in the state senate. He's been in there for a while. To be fair, he's a little older, but he votes the way she's going to vote anyway, and they just feel like it's unnecessary. Excuse me, it's unnecessary. So that it'll probably be a misstep for him in terms of New York politics, and he'll probably have to take some time building back goodwill. That's what I see.
Yeah, it's like unnecessary moves by him when you're trying to get shit done in the city. And then if you start picking people who then become losers, how are those other winners going to be reacting to you along the way? Like, I don't think that's good politics.
But it also alienates groups against each other. So there's no reason to alienate labor. So if you are a labor leader or whatever, how do you like stay out? Like, what are you doing here? And then it's just unnecessary strife. I think it was a big mistake. We could post the article at the top. Everybody should read this article.
Yeah, let me find it and post some on the New York Times.
No, the one I'm talking about is the New York Times. So, First Lady, aren't super PACs crazy? She's probably gone.
Oh man, what are you eating? Are you eating oatmeal and bananas?
It's overnight oats.
Yogurt with raspberries and blueberries.
That was close.
You were. Greek yogurt.
Oh, that's great.
Wait, why did
you put no granola in it?
Yeah, I'll put a touch. There's a wonderful vegan granola, maybe it's vegetarian, that you can get off of Amazon. Get that. Plug it from Amazon. I don't know, but it comes in a bag. It's really. I was gonna say, wonderful. When the Democrats lost in 24, sometime in 25, Jamie Harrison, who was the old chair of the DNC, was on Twitter and decided he tried to explain how a lot of the expenditures that the AIPAC tracker and other people were pointing to were from super PACs. And the candidate cannot control that, and people just not understand. I think many people are learning for the first time what I said. I think many people have no idea that the candidate cannot tell a super PAC to on their behalf. I think that probably surprised me. First SEC. And then I think there's some statutes on them too. So. And by the way, super PACs can raise unlimited amount of money, First Lady. Unlimited. I have a woman in my family who, I'm not going to tell the girl's resume, but she's a lawyer. And she worked for Court of Appeals, I won't say which circuit. You have the Supreme Courts and you have the circuits. And she was all the circuits are competitive, but her was super competitive. It's somewhere in law school, all that kind of stuff. And she could have gone into any area of law that she wanted to. decided she's a do-gooder, that she was going to go into election law. I remember what she did. I said, now, you know you're supposed to be paying for my beach vacations every year. Why in the hell would you go to election? Several years later, because it's like 8 people that do it, she's making money hand over fist. It's very arcane and complex. And there's a case in here that this room has talked about many times. She won the case against the Trump administration. She's doing that kind of stuff. She's not old, but it's just not a law. And so a lot of people don't know this area of the law. And it's turned out to be very lucrative for her. She's paying for the beach vacation.
Well, there you have it. So
But
she's
the
paying.
idea that that you can't put an ad on the cover, and we cannot tell Super PAC to not put an ad with my name in the likeness on it is absolutely insane.
Can I ask a question? Two things. The most extreme example, you can imagine how insane it would be. You know, like, let's say, I don't know, like somebody like KK adjacent, whatever you want to call them, basically putting up an ad for whatever, and it being...
Well, you can't defame people. You still have to defend the law. Yeah.
Yeah, that. The question is, for foreigners that are in here, do they think this is absolutely insane? Like, are you guys looking at America like, I can't believe this is a real thing? The Igors, you know, the Adisojis, things like that. What do you guys think? Lord, I don't count you, even though you got a weird act.
Oh, he wants violence this morning.
That's what he's doing, and I'm not gonna take the bait.
Yeah, it seems odd that, like Ben said, you can spend money on someone's behalf, and there is a damn thing they can do about it. It's odd. You know, you can't dissociate yourself from them. It means you're coordinating. That is weird. It's weird.
It's weird, but it actually makes a kind of sense. You know, a relatively reasonable reading of the First Amendment. I guess it's very tricky. You know, England doesn't have a First Amendment. They don't have a Constitution. There you go. But even in their, I don't even think in their common law they have an equivalent, and or statutes, and in the Bill of Rights, which are rights from '69. That's when it was '89. Yeah, '89. I think. I don't think they have that First Amendment of the one on free speech. So,
Are we talking about Europeans or?
Huh?
You're talking about Europeans and
no, the UK.
The UK, yeah, they have horrible speech laws. Yeah.
Yes, I don't know, man. It's hard because I can see in reading the First Amendment as part of your free speech. You know, you should be able to advocate on behalf of a political campaign. And, you know, in some ways, what is more democratic than speech on behalf of representation? I think it's very tricky. It's very, very tricky. Because how can the government, you know, what would a law where a candidate can tell someone that they're not allowed to exercise their free speech and the government would enforce that? It'd be very tricky to get through. It's a mess.
Where is the line? You know what I mean? Like something rather like innocuous or like, you know, ever, and then, or something, the most extreme examples. Like, where do you draw that line? How do you legislate that?
You put line that if you're calling for direct violence, that is the line of the free speech, and obviously what is already criminalized, like pornography or things like that. So it's not so hard to. In America, you guys don't have like absolute free speech either. You have some words and some stuff that are, I forgot the legal term, but you can't use them like firing the theater or stuff like that, right? So that's why I'm appalled with the European free speech laws because they're so, you know, they're stupid, I would say, and also the line is, you know, gross. I actually like about America the first of all.
Yeah, I mean, I have issues with Citizens United, but on this particular thing, which comes from that other case, what did I say? Something Grove versus the FEC. I forgot the name of it already. This one's tricky because if you look at the image, I guess I could put it at the top. I don't know if people want to see. Do people see it? I put it at the top. If you look at the Daily News this morning, that's a fair use image. He's a public figure. You get fair use images from public figures. I mean, that's clearly within the law. You don't have to take IP or art law or copyright law or that's fair use. And then you simply say this, the candidate wasn't involved, and there you go. That's why you watch the so and so just first lighting, and I approve this message. And you get the other ones. First lady, put your shoulder like that. They do. It's not the candidate. You have to make those. But someone is running for office. They're public. That's why I don't really want to get into it. But I'm assuming family is not allowing so and so to do documentaries about so. That's not how the law works at all. A family documentary. I was people were saying it the other day. They cannot stop you from going a movie about Aaliyah at all. That's a public figure. First Amendment allows anyone to do a documentary, write a book, write a biography, do anything you want, as long as the things are up for fair and you don't fame them, etc., etc. Biography of Beyonce, and we didn't know this whole time that Beyonce. Nobody get Beyonce's quote estate or Beyonce or her husband or children cannot stop him from writing biography of Beyonce. Now they can stop him from using certain materials that they own. He can't defame her, but people the family stuff. The family cannot stop you from. That's what people will say about the Michael Jackson. The family cannot stop anything. Every day. Anyway, yeah. Same thing with candidates. It's really that simple.
Go on. If you go on like Amazon Prime documentaries or Netflix documentaries, you know how many documentaries on musicians or groups are out there that are so bad, and they're bad because they didn't have permission from anybody because the type of people they're interviewing have zero connection to anybody that was in the band, related to the individual, whatever it is, and they're getting some shitty UK music journalists to opine under bad lighting in front of the camera. And it's still a documentary on X, Y, or Z, and it's still put out there.
I feel triggered.
That's it.
No, but generally the European laws they like hate speech and it's very broad. So basically it's on interpretation and mostly like Germany, UK, those countries like seriously have because of that. I had that case maybe a year ago, or 2 years ago.
Damn.
But the right wing podcaster or like commentator called some other left person fat lesbian, and he got 6 months of the prison. And she's actually lesbian and she's actually fat, right? So I mean, maybe that is too much to put somebody in prison. To be fair, he was, regular offender, so, maybe some fine or something, but,
Igor, did you need to point out that she was fat?
Yeah,
it's a fact of the case.
Yeah, I mean, that's factual thing. I'm not like trying to body shame or anything. And the second thing, I think the free speech should be free. Exactly what Ben is saying, right? About the political speeches, I consider the free speech also the right of the assembly, protesting and stuff like that. And I think that is kind of like very stretching. I understand the reasons, but I'm kind of against that. Also, in most European countries, if you like deny the Holocaust, you will get 6 to 5 years of prison. And I think that is like, too much. The morals were denying that.
Power.
Be them historical facts, so I don't know. I like that is the best thing in America. That's a lot less, but I really like the First Amendment. That's it.
Tyra Banks is suing Netflix for defamation, which I said at the onset, you're still liable for defamation. I'm talking about whether or not someone can do a thing. That's what I was talking about. So back to the candidate. The candidate thing. If you're a public, I mean, with all due respect, outside of like defamation and stalking or whatever, candidates probably. I think you could say all kinds of things about candidates. Yeah. I think courts of life say all kinds. I mean, they have to be really, really bad. Man's running for Congress. Of course, you could use his picture. Doc, you can come up. I don't know what the funny thing is.
I mean, it's open season in the UK here. It's open season of public figures. You don't cross the line. The line being defamation. It's rather odd. What's his name? Harry against the Mayoral. And if people saw one country, that bring the case if no. I mean, because you being part of the royal family doesn't excuse you from it, but it was the fact that it went overboard and the kind of hand tactics that they got up to in order to get some of the glory. That was how he was able to win this.
The concept that's real, but
what's that? Just biographies. I've never. I read biographies all the time. I've never seen it.
I mean, usually if it's not authorized, then you have a disclaimer saying this is not authorized, sponsored. Where?
Yeah.
Somewhere where it's noticeable. It could be in the back of the book, inside the book.
What book can you give? Is the person alive or dead or has an estate?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so I have I have 10. I'm in my living room. I've got 10 biographies right here. I'll just randomly choose one of somebody alive and somebody dead with an estate. So this was the one that came out last year of Ella Fitzgerald. I read this. There's no disclaimer in here.
Wait, was it authorized by her?
It's unauthorized.
It's unauthorized?
Yeah, there's not one disclaimer in here. It's just a biography by a music scholar. Like, people write biographies all the time.
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying, to avoid litigation, if it's not authorized or approved, some type of... What do you mean? They could sue them if they find that some of the things about them is, not true, or
with a disclaimer or not. I've never seen a disclaimer in a, so first of all, you don't need to get you don't have to have an authorized biography. If you're a public figure, the First Amendment allows you to do projects on public figures. I'm looking at most of the acknowledgments. There's no. It's just a biography. The estate. I hear.
The First Amendment authorizes you to.
I said it allows. I didn't say authorizes. The First Amendment allows you to write biographies about persons who are public persons, as long as you don't defame them. You don't need a.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, they could come and sue you, and so to avoid litigation, they just say, well, I authorize or sponsored by so and so. These things that are included in this are of my opinion or whatever. Like, people do this all the time. What do you mean?
I understand they do it, but even if you do that and you defame them, they can still sue you. What I'm saying is,
I don't know what's confusing. I don't know why people are saying
because what you're saying doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense. People do this all the time.
A question. So
no, they don't do it. They don't do it all the time. I read biographies all the time. I've never seen disclaimers. I have no idea what you're talking about in biography.
Question, please. So this is for Ada. Are you saying that this is required, or are you saying that the disclaimer is required, or are you saying that the disclaimer is advised, that it's recommended? Is it a requirement or a recommendation?
It's not required. It's to avoid litigation.
So it's a recommendation, is what you're saying.
Yes, I never said it was required. People can, yes, they publish stuff all the time.
So it's fine. I was just trying to figure out if you meant that it was required or recommended. That's it. I wasn't.
Okay, yeah, that's all I'm saying. I didn't say it was required.
But I don't
think that's what he was arguing either.
No, but you said you see them in biographies all the time, and I'm trying to understand what that looks like.
Well, I didn't say I see them. They do it. They do include them. I don't read a lot of.
Let me weigh in here for 1 second. So sometimes it's also like a marketing ploy. It says like the unauthorized biography of George W. Bush. So it's a wide way to kind of say going details. It's not only a disclaimer at times, but it also is a marketing ploy often.
Okay.
I'll say, just listening to it, I'm not. It's not clear to me what work a disclaimer would do, because you still have obligations to make certain types of representations if you don't want to be sued.
Well,
so you shouldn't knowingly make false statements about people that are factual assertions that are false. You shouldn't say things about people without doing your due diligence to make sure that you're not just out there making shit up and being reckless about it. All of those things apply to people, regardless of whether there's a disclaimer or not. And I'll be honest, this is not my area, but I've never heard of a disclaimer being warranted or even recommended in context. Now, I know about disclaimers that lawyers add to the bottom of their emails. It's a different context. I just don't know about disclaimers here.
I've seen disclaimers for like fictionalizations of events. I've seen that, but I've never seen John Meacham, CEO said John Meacham. I can go get it. It's not where I'm right now. But I don't remember a disclaimer in that biography about George Bush. He was alive at the time. All the biographies here, people are dead, but they have estates. But people do, and that like whole unauthorized thing is totally a marketing ploy. Anyway, back to the room. The candidate, I don't like it being on the front page, but people should be able to do advertisements on behalf of candidates with or without the candidate's approval. That was a discussion.
I was just making a comment. I don't very basic comment that I don't know. I don't know what the disagreement is. I don't know what the in the comments were for.
Because you were saying that people do disclaimers to stop them from being sued. But you can have a disclaimer and still be sued. So people were confused as to what kind of preventative work that a disclaimer does. That doesn't.
No,
if you have a disclaimer and you defame somebody, you still can get sued. And then you mentioned Tyra Banks suing. That has nothing to do with this.
I'm saying that you can't just. Well, first of all, I never said that it prevents you from being sued. I don't even know what that means for real. But
that's what you said. You said they do it so they don't get sued.
So that they don't have like a right to sue because it's a defense now. It's like my opinion.
Why would they have a right to?
Oh my goodness! I'm saying that they can use it as a defense.
What would the defense be?
That it's an opinion. This is not like something like if it's for defamation, it's an opinion. If you say it's an opinion, you can't sue for or you're not gonna win on defamation.
That's not how it works.
That's not how what works.
Calling something an opinion doesn't necessarily make it an opinion. You're going to have to show that it's an opinion. The disclaimer doesn't do that. Let me finish, please, because I don't want to do the hiccup and the ha and the all that extra shit. No, a disclaimer doesn't do any of that work. If you make an assertion that's an opinion, you have to do it in a way that allows you to argue later on that what you are doing is making an assertion that is an opinion, not an assertion that is factual. Throwing the label disclaimer on it
negates that part.
No. Throwing the label disclaimer on it doesn't do anything if the assertion is factual. Disclaimer, the label, it doesn't do anything at all. Nothing.
If you're trying to say that they're asserting this as a fact, and you have evidence that, I just meant to say this as an opinion, that literally negates the whole claim. That's the whole point.
No.
Didn't you just say you have no experience in this area? Like, I'm confused. But now you're telling me no.
We're not going to do this.
Wait, you have experience in this area?
I'm more familiar. I'm currently
You're not
familiar with
familiar. What you're saying is wrong.
What do you mean I'm not familiar with it?
Because you said that this thing about biographies having disclaimers if they're unauthorized. That's not true.
No, I'm saying. Wait, what do you think I'm saying? I'm confused.
I heard what you said.
What do you think I'm saying? You heard what I said. What do you
I heard what you said. We all heard what you said. You said these types of projects have heavy disclaimers, though, and they don't.
Yeah, they do. Like
they don't. They're not even in the contracts.
Yes, they literally do. Like whenever you open
how
up
many
a
contracts for
biography,
How many biographies for contracts have you signed?
No, you can wait. You don't.
How many biographies have you worked on?
That's a better question. Yes.
I don't think that has anything to do with the validity of my claim.
The claim was, and I'll repeat it. You said these types of projects have heavy disclaimers, though. And
yes.
They don't.
Have you ever watched a documentary like in the beginning?
I said biographies. I didn't say documentaries.
You said biographies, documentaries.
Yes,
and all these types of things that put public figures out into public light.
Okay.
And so
I watched the coup d'etat. On the soundtrack to a coup d'etat, there was no disclaimer.
I don't know. Every single documentary that I've watched always has a disclaimer.
No, okay.
I don't know.
I think you're taking your personal experience and you're just like inflating it significantly.
I'm not. I actually was originally talking about the law.
Let me just finish for a second. I've had a literary agency for 16 years, so I've seen these sort of contracts, etc. And only a minority of these biographies have like the unauthorized thing, right? That's like the majority of them. So I
never said it, and you said about the majority. I never said about most.
You didn't say some. You could have.
Okay, I don't have to say that either. You make an assumption that I'm talking about all has nothing to do with me, and I'm not. I actually wasn't asserting my opinion originally. I was talking about the actual law.
You also said that the disclaimers help you avoid litigation.
Yeah, because you can use this as a defense that, if they try to bring some tort against you, like, hey, this is to fail because this doesn't.
No. So if I have a disclaimer, I can defend.
Y'all saying no, and y'all don't like. Just understand. It's okay.
You're right. Some of us, you're right. You just finished law school. So you understand.
Oh my God. I didn't even say anything like that.
The man has a literary, one second, ma'am, let me finish. The man has a literary agency for 16 years. He's been working in the field with books, documentaries, etc. since you were in middle school.
Oh my God.
But we don't have experience. I may or may not have a contract for biographies and know the field.
This is a basic statement I'm making.
Because you just finished law school a month ago.
This is a basic statement I'm making.
It's not a basic statement.
It is very basic. You put a disclaimer so that people don't have a case against you. That's basic.
No.
What about what I said is yes.
No.
You over here trying to say they can't claim defamation when the whole point of defamation is that you're asserting something to be a fact. If you have evidence that, hey, I never said this was a fact, this was my opinion, but they have it, I don't understand why y'all are this. I think
let's say somebody sues of a biography for defamation. You expect the state to believe that the defense attorney for that person is going to file an answer, and in the list of affirmative defenses, one of the affirmative defenses will be disclaimer. You're not going to see that at all.
Oh, really?
No, you won't.
Why not?
Don't you have experience? What cases have you argued on it?
I didn't say I had experience.
Our experience.
I never asked you about your experience. No, I didn't.
You said he didn't have experience in it.
No, he said that. He literally said that.
He said it's not my area of expertise. He was giving
exactly.
You then called back and said you have no experience in it. What experience do you have in it?
I said.
What experience do you have in it?
Repeat. Oh my God.
What experience do you have in it?
Why are you yelling at me?
What experience do you have in it?
I didn't say experience. I said expert. I just
what
repeated what he said.
Do you have in it?
Okay. I don't know why you're yelling at me.
Because you do a thing where you think you're the only body who knows something.
No, I didn't. I literally didn't.
What expertise do you have in it?
I don't have expertise in
what
the type of
you
law.
Wait, you don't have any expertise in anything.
Oh yes, I do. I absolutely do.
You're at the bar.
You don't.
What does that have to do with expertise in a subject? That's minimum competence. What are you talking about?
Where are your papers?
I'm published. I'm definitely published.
Okay. You're published.
Yes, I am.
In what?
Nothing.
In what?
Yeah, what?
In what journal?
You're published in law journals.
Yeah, and you don't care.
You have solo authored law journals showing your expertise.
Solo?
Yeah.
It's not solo authored. What the fuck?
Were you the first author
let
on
me tell you something. Obama, after
Were you the first author on it?
Obama,
okay, so
after
can we get back to the
from
subject?
Harvard Law,
can we get back to the subject?
And being the president of the Harvard Law Review would never have said that he had expertise in anything after getting his JD. Never.
Okay.
He never would have.
Okay, I don't
because
care.
He would have been lying.
You're the one who said you don't have expertise in this type of law.
I didn't use I didn't
that's
use that.
literally what you said.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't have an opinion on it.
I didn't use that phrase.
Okay, he's telling me. He's literally telling me no. He's literally telling me no to a basic. To a basic privacy tour. This has nothing to do with expertise. This is basic. This has nothing to do with expertise.
It's so basic that you don't understand it.
I do understand. No, you clearly don't understand it because you keep disagreeing with a basic part of defamation. This is like, I don't know, like you clearly don't understand if you're disagreeing with a basic part of defamation. One of the main defenses to defamation is proving that it was an opinion.
You said that the disclaimers would prevent litigation.
Prevent? What do you mean? When I say prevent litigation, I mean that they won't have a case against them. So there's no reason to sue.
So if I write a book that's full of wrong information, a biography, and I have a disclaimer, and I say, this is all my opinion, but I publish it in a book, you're telling me I can't be sued?
If it's a book and it's all untrue facts about a person.
Yes.
I mean, it also has to show that damage came from it. But okay, yeah. I mean, well, not. So I don't want to say 100%. I don't want to say 100%. But usually, yeah.
So what did the disclaimer prevent? You're gonna have to do better.
I don't have to do better. This is basic First Amendment.
Disclaimer prevent. Not giving. I'm sorry.
This is basic privacy tort. This is basic privacy tort.
1 second. What did the disclaimer prevent?
What do you mean? Prevent? Like as
you
in
said,
make the case
you say quite explicitly. You said that disclaimers prevent litigation.
Yeah, I didn't say like anyone can sue. That doesn't mean that this is going to prevail. What do you mean? Like right. I'm not sure if I have to explain that because y'all don't understand. Like
I don't understand what. Y'all don't.
You don't understand what somebody needs when they say prevent.
Has been lawyering longer than you've been alive. He doesn't understand it.
I'm talking to you. Wait, who?
Hurricane.
He literally said he doesn't. He literally just said that. He just said that. And because I said it, I repeated it, now I'm an asshole. Y'all yelling at me.
I simply what don't we understand that you understand? I simply said this is not my area. That's what I said. What do we understand that you don't understand, that you understand?
Well, it sounded like earlier you're saying you can say whatever about public figures.
No, I didn't say that. I said you can do oh my God. I literally said you can do a project on any public figure. Just like with the candidates, it has to be fair use, but you can't defame them. I mentioned defamation 50 times. I said you cannot make things up. But when people were saying the family was preventing them from doing a documentary about Aaliyah, families can't prevent you from doing documentaries about Aaliyah. Now, you can't use things that aren't fair use, public use, etc. You can't use the music. If she's got a set of documents or letters that the estate owns, you can't do stuff with that. But you can do an entire documentary about Aaliyah without their permission. How do we know that? One, we know the First Amendment. Two, there is one. I think it was on TLC or something. So people always say, like with the Michael Jackson documentary, oh, they needed the family's permission. You do not need the family or state's permission to do documentaries, biographies, novels, etc., based off a public figure's life. You don't.
I mean, you can be at risk of litigation.
I never said anything close.
You can be at risk of litigation
about the subject or those adjacent to the subject. I quite literally said you can't do it. So what don't I understand? Ban is not wrong about.
Look at the chat.
Ban is not wrong about any of this. If Ban,
Lord.
No, I'm being honest. He's not.
He is never wrong.
No, I've been wrong. But this is sometimes. He's not wrong about this.
I'm telling you, it's basic.
Perhaps.
I'm telling you.
So
why are you
writing
disagreeing
biography? Perhaps. Is it
why are you
I
disagreeing?
know I didn't go to law school, but is it possible?
I never even brought up law school.
What?
I never even brought up law school. I don't know why you are.
Because you're telling me I don't understand how writing biographies to documentaries.
I mean, this is actually Hurricane said that.
Ironically enough, I did take this area in law school. Let's do discussion. But go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. I took IP, art law, these laws. I took a whole series of courses in law school. Yes, it's just I was interested in it. But
okay. So I don't know.
So what don't I understand about what I said? What did I get wrong about what I said?
You're disagreeing with me. Why don't you
What
ask
did I
yourself?
get wrong about what I said?
What do you mean wrong about what you said?
Yeah, just now. What did I say about?
I'm
so
saying
can
that
anybody
you
do
can
a
be at risk of
documentary on
litigation.
Aaliyah? Can anybody do a documentary on Aaliyah?
I don't know.
Oh, well, I mean, legally, can anybody do a documentary on a public figure?
Oh, they don't want to listen to me. It's okay.
You don't know.
Can anybody be a documentary about?
Can anyone do a documentary on a public figure?
Of course they can. What do you mean can?
Well, I mean, yeah, are they allowed to?
Allowed to, like.
Legally, you're gonna have to ask the question.
Like yes.
Okay. Can a family prevent them?
No, because he's being.
I don't know.
No, actually, no. The whole prevent stipular thing. Now I have to ask questions because
legally, are they allowed to do a documentary on a public figure
without risk of litigation?
The answer is yes or no. It's simple. Everything has risk of litigation. I'm just saying.
Not anything.
Can a family prevent me from doing a documentary on Aaliyah?
I mean, it depends.
Also, it depends on what.
It depends if what they said is if they bring some type of defamation toward or some privacy toward, and they violate those torts, then they can bring a defamation case.
I didn't say could they bring a case. I'm asking if they can make it.
They can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. If they just don't want to be sued, there's just certain things that they might have to, avoid.
I'm gonna ask you again.
Okay, I answered your question. You're not gonna handle me.
You didn't answer the question.
I did answer the question.
After the fact. You answered it after the fact question. I'm talking about before the fact.
I answered the question.
No, I said can their family...
I said they can. They would just have to avoid certain things to avoid litigation.
I said so the family can prevent me?
No, I'm saying they can make a documentary.
They is the family. Me is singular. They is many people.
Okay, the family, insofar they can't bring a litigation or some type of...
prevent me from doing a documentary on Aaliyah?
No, unless you do something defamatory or you violate some privacy toward
That's
or
after
something
the fact.
else. What do you mean after the fact? I thought that's what we were talking about.
How can I do something defamatory before I made it?
I literally said, are we talking about without risk of litigation? And you said, of course, that's what we're talking about. So, yes, we are talking about.
I'm talking about to do it, the genesis of it.
No, you're not going to get locked up if you make a film.
I didn't say anything about locked up.
You can't...
I'm saying, can they prevent you from making it?
Not on a defamation tort.
Put defamation aside. Can they stop him?
I don't know what they can like.
That's the question. Can they do
I don't know what they can sue them on to prevent them from making it at all. No, I don't know that.
So is it a yes or no?
I'm talking about like
no,
First
but you're
Amendment
changing
stuff.
the question. That's the problem.
I'm not changing the question.
You are.
No, I'm not, because I thought we were talking about defamation and privacy stuff. I didn't know we was talking about preventing them from making a film in itself. That's not what I was talking about.
Because we were talking about
that's not what Adele was talking about.
Whether or not a candidate should be able to prevent someone of using their name, image, likeness, etc.
Well, you can prevent them by threatening litigation. Well, you can prevent them by litigation.
No, you can't. Of course.
Okay.
Well, how does
literally what super PACs do? Wait a minute. Hold on. You're telling me now that a candidate can prevent a super PAC?
No, I think candidates. I think candidates do have a special protection. But you were talking about public figures in general earlier.
Right. So if I'm going to do a documentary on Beyonce, and I use fair use, and it's a documentary, she can sue to prevent me? On what grounds?
I don't know. Prevent. I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Prevent. Are you trolling me? Stop.
No, I think you're trying to do this wordplay thing.
Wordplay? I said prevent.
Yeah, you knew what I was talking about.
No, why didn't Puffy prevent 50
about the
Cent?
super PACs.
Yeah, why didn't Puffy prevent 50 Cent doing this?
What?
Why didn't Puffy
Word games on the word
his
prevent?
documentary?
Yeah, I explained many times what I meant by what I said. So I don't know why you're trying to change the topic.
How am I changing the topic? I was talking about whether or not the candidates can use...
You gotta relax.
I am relaxed. Well,
it's too early in the morning for you to be yelling at me about defamation.
It's not that early in the morning. How do you get up?
It's still morning over there. It's still morning over there.
Early in the morning, it's 15 minutes to
Or
noon.
whatever, it's morning. Fuck. Shit.
So? What time you get up in the morning? I've been up for 7 hours.
7 hours? Nah. I don't get up that early. You gotta relax.
You gotta listen.
I was listening.
Because I think the only reason why, because you clearly are trolling.
I'm not trolling.
You're
I just
clearly.
I'm not
I asked
trolling.
you, could a family?
I said something
prevent
basic.
the
There's
making of a
nothing
thing?
controversial about anything that I've said.
I said, could a family prevent it? And you're talking about after the fact. I said prevent.
Yeah,
and then you said
that's
it's
what I was
word
talking about.
games.
That's what I was talking about. That's what the dog was talking about this whole time. So you're confused.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. How you gonna tell me?
It's not what you were talking. So, what does defamation have to do with stopping someone from doing something?
Because if you are at risk of litigation, like
you're always at risk of litigation.
No, that's not true.
No, wait,
When are you not at risk of litigation?
You're not comprehending them. For defamation, in order to sue for defamation, there has to be a statement made already. So
I already know that. That's why I don't know why he's talking about there being a law preventing anybody from doing anything. Or if from being illegal or whatever. I mean, there are ways to like
saying that Aaliyah's family stopped people from making a documentary, and I said, much like I brought this up because of the kid thing that we were talking about.
I mean,
if you're a public figure,
okay,
people can do things for you in the public sphere, and there's nothing stopping them from doing that.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there is a.
They don't.
I mean, maybe there's an injunction on it. I don't know, but I'm talking about defamation, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Injunction?
Yeah.
What? On what grounds?
I said I don't know. Maybe there is. I was talking about defamation this whole time. I don't know why you're changing the conversation to fit your like mood or whatever.
Wait a minute. So when I was talking about super PAC candidates, you were talking about defamation?
Well, you were talking about defamation too.
Because that's one of the rules about. In order for someone to put something in, to do a candidate,
so then why are you arguing
a super PAC, because what you said was insane.
Nothing I said was insane.
You said they put disclaimers in biographies all the time, which they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. You don't even read what biography.
What percentage is all the time, Otto? What percentage?
What are you doing? You do it all the time. What biography? What's the last biography you've read? You don't read biographies. What's the last biography you read?
Just because you haven't seen it or don't pay attention to it.
Otto, what percentage?
I don't know anything about the field of biography. Fuck it.
What percentage, Otto? Otto, what percentage has this disclaimer?
I don't know.
Give a guess. You're saying all the time.
He's legal.
What is all the?
I don't know.
Let me call my lawyer and see what he says.
I don't know.
He's the only person who knows the law.
What are you talking about? I never said any of that.
Why are you projecting? Anything about biography, girl?
Why are you projecting? I never said that.
You don't know anything about biography.
Just because you go around acting like a know-it-all doesn't mean I do.
I don't go to.
Yes, you do.
When you're talking about food stamps and baby mamas and that, I'm on mute.
Oh wow.
That's just a joke. Just bring it down.
But
anyway, so hold on. So where in the books do they put the disclaimers?
I don't know. I'm saying they exist.
You said it happens all the time.
Yeah, they exist. Yes.
So where is the books? In the acknowledgement section?
They exist. That's it. I don't know where they want to put it. Probably somewhere conspicuous.
And what did the disclaimer say?
It could say something. It's not authorized. This is opinion. All opinions. Not sponsored by.
And you read about this somewhere. Where do you know this from? Like, how are you getting this information?
I read this in while learning about privacy towards. Like.
So while you were learning about privacy towards,
here's why y'all are telling me I'm wrong.
1 second. You were reading about privacy towards. 1 second. They were telling you that in biographies they put disclaimers and for privacy towards.
One of the I don't say main, but one of the major hypotheticals we get when being tested about privacy towards is about, did somebody have like a disclaimer or type of evidence that they can show that it was like an opinion or etc. Oh fuck, I can't park here.
Okay. So when someone writes a book, they're usually making arguments. There's already an implication of a lot of things you're saying. But what's fascinating to me, for all of the biography, someone said in the introductory pages, I'm sorry, I have not seen that. Maybe I'm reading the esoteric literary biographies, and y'all are reading more mainstream ones, right? I have not seen, quote, all the time, because it's all the time I see it. I read anywhere, and I'm not exaggerating, from 30 to 50 biographies a year on minimum. I know I can call right now 15 people out of my phone who are writing biographies. None of them has a disclaimer of this sort.
So, Ada, what you might be talking about is sometimes publishers become more comfortable if they know someone's going to be very critical, that they have a disclaimer like that, but it holds no legal. It's more so it just makes the publisher feel better.
Okay. Holds no way. Okay.
It doesn't.
Okay. So if somebody makes a biography and they assert that everything in this book is factual, and then that causes a defaming of that person, you don't think that they have some type of case against them if they don't have some disclaimer that says, "Hey, this is actually just my opinion." You don't think so?
Well, a couple of things.
But it's not legal, right?
Can I respond? What book has anyone read where someone claims it's all factual? So that would be like a different kind of disclaimer.
But
where somebody would be saying, can I respond?
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
Why do you ask questions and then start talking about people? Right?
I'm sorry, I got ADHD.
You do?
Probably.
Go ahead. No, I don't want to be.
No, continue. I'm already walking.
No, you have ADHD. I don't want to be me. I don't want to be ableist.
That's too late. You already say the R word. But go ahead.
What, retarded?
He says it again.
Okay. So you're saying if someone claims it's all factual, who's done that?
I'm saying that they purport it to be factual or there's ways of showing that.
Who?
Oh my gosh.
No, but I'm saying in the
course
of
to bring an example, it's just so boring. Always bringing examples
yes, I'm trying to understand what that would be like for someone to write a book and then to claim it would be all factual.
It's just so annoying having to have an example for basic things all the time. It's just...
Okay, Ada, let's try this.
You've never even read a biography. What the fuck?
I definitely read a biography.
What biography have you read?
I've read
She muted up. That was so funny.
Oh well, I guess I've read autobiography. I don't know the last biography.
The subject of an autobiography to the author.
A lawyer who never read a book.
Isn't an autobiography where they write about themselves?
I'm asking you, could they sue the author?
Themselves?
I'm asking.
Can they sue themselves?
Can the subject of an autobiography sue themselves?
No. Why would they be able to? Is that a real question, or are you trolling?
It would be the latter, ma'am. So you said you read biographies, and you said it was an autobiography. So what biographies have you read?
Wait, why are y'all so interested in me now?
Because I'm going to look it up to see if it's a rumor.
Because you're getting called out.
I like fiction.
Now we're back to
I like
fiction.
fiction too, but I've also read those things aren't exclusive.
No, I don't read a lot of biographies. That's fine. Y'all won on that one. Y'all got the biography.
No. But the thing is, you said that people purported all to be facts. It's all. I mean, first of all, I don't know what kind of editor or literary agent would allow their author to do that, even in the prose, because you're opening yourself up to all kinds of problems. So people use verbs like "I argue," "I understand." You do all kinds of things. You do all kinds of things in the prose. I don't know how. First of all, your agents have legal teams. Publishers have legal teams. You have an editor at the publisher. When you write a biography, and I'm talking about real biographies, with all due respect, I don't mean to self-publish Jamal, Are You a 40 out of 40 on the dating scale. Let's go get the pussy. Go get the pussy. Go get. I'm not talking about that writing. If you have like that book was published by Norton, the one I had to do this is Norton, major press. The lady probably got $50,000 advance, and maybe got a back to a bunch of them. Probably got a bunch of them, $50,000 advance plus the first one, right? You go through like multiple levels of editorial and legal oversight. There would be no world in which anybody would be purporting for that to be fact. Anyway. I have to do a better job of recognizing when I'm being trolled. I really do.
Why do you think I'm trolled?
Oh, breaking news! Breaking news!
Oh, okay.
Today's the day of big deaths. Alan Greenspan died earlier this morning, and the great music quote hit-making titan Clive Davis just died. Davis just died. Yeah, he was 94. He was 94 years old. Well, let me get a disclaimer. I'm reading from the New York Times.
Right.
So June 22nd took him out.
Yeah. He was 94 years old. That's a long life.
Yeah.
Who do you think's biggest act was?
Whitney Houston.
No way.
Celine.
No.
Michael Jackson.
Wait. Did he have Clive Davis? No. Did he have Clive Davis? I didn't know he had.
I don't think so. No.
Oh,
okay.
You ever cough and it just fucking stinks? You're like, oh, I never knew my cough. A sneeze could smell so disgusting. And it kind of has a similar odor every time. You ever notice that? Ever notice that? Ooh!
Okay.
Ooh!
You know who else he had?
Ooh, that sneeze stinks! Ew! Your sneeze stinks! Gross! Ew! Yuck!
Okay.
Just because you and your mom bought Whitney Houston albums all the time, it didn't mean people was buying it. Huh? There's a black people look at sales, they don't realize.
Are you pouring coffee?
Yeah, from the thermos. Black people look at sales and they don't realize it's the same 2 million Negroes buying it over and over again. These artists have reach and breadth. Y'all just have the same blacks buying the same.
Not too much.
Don't. Okay, you see, I went on mute. I just went on mute.
Yeah, I know about Barry Manilow. See, y'all don't know about Barry Manilow.
When he does this, you just gotta pray for him.
No, man, when you said Barry Manilow, she heard Barry White. That's what she heard.
Exactly.
Oh, I like Barry White. But no, I didn't. I think I may have put one Whitney Houston album.
No, I'm just joking.
I have more singles.
She was obviously bigger than Barry Manilow. I was just joking.
You're a rascal.
Oh, man.
He had to balance his karma because he just got trolled.
Yeah, I got you. That's insane. I actually went to the shelf and pulled out 4 books. I was like, what am I doing? This is good. She
This is the Barry Manilow conversation. Something.
obviously the best.
Yeah, she's incredible. I just watched some videos of her singing recently, and it's amazing how well she's still singing.
She didn't have writing that the others had, but pure vocal talents be unmatched.
Probably.
Check the. Oh, sorry. I
I checked
Hi.
I checked the Elon Musk biographies and downloaded the Trump one. Any legal disclaimer I can find is the standard nonfiction disclaimers, especially with finance-related books that are meant to protect the publisher from the readers, not from an author.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, if it's a health advice book, it's the standard nonfiction boilerplate. If it's biography of
Vegan
Elon
granola.
Musk, then any decisions made based on information provided is as is, and there is basically no consequences to publisher for using that information. That is the standard nonfiction boilerplate that is everywhere. Well, not even that it is not everywhere, to be honest. Like sometimes, but it's in the finance-related books,
And health.
biographies, health, stuff that. But all of it is meant to protect from the readers, not from the authors. Not from
the subject.
Yes.
So y'all are just I mean, this is Googleable. Like y'all are just saying like disclaimers just don't help with legal consequences at all. Is that what y'all are saying? Like y'all are just
No, what we're saying is that if somebody reads a book about a witch doctor, a Haitian witch doctor, who drinks chicken blood and goes to soccer matches with Haiti and decides to do that and drinks the chicken blood and sucks up the chicken blood, then I read the book and I have cancer and I die. My children, my husband, my wife, my family, my friends can't sue the publisher. That's standard for health. In other words, this is not health advice. That's not what we were talking about. We were talking about it from the vantage of the subject. Mm-hmm. Not so the witch doctor's family is not, it's not a disclaimer against the witch doctor's family. Same thing, if you read a biography of Warren Buffett and somebody details Warren Buffett's investment plan in 1987, 1988, after the savings and loans crisis, I then read it and invest exactly the same way. I lose my 401k, which we all know. The median now is about $85,000 for 50-year-olds. I cannot sue Shaman and Schuster for $85,000. That's not what we were talking about. Hello?
Hello?
And frankly,
what?
Hello?
Well,
Hello?
that's not what you were talking about. And frankly,
Hello?
they probably,
Hello?
they don't even need those
Hello?
to help the people out.
Hello?
If you read a book and find
Hello?
advice in a book, you'd be very hard pressed to find a court that's going to give you $85,000 back. I think they're just doing it just to be nice to the people. That's not what we were talking about. We were talking about being sued from the subject against the author, not the reader. Hello?
Nothing I have said has been incorrect. So
gotcha.
It's just
you said that biographies all the time have them. They don't have them all the time.
Yes, they do.
They do not.
All right. You know what? Okay. Let's just bring up an example at this point. If I show one biography.
No, if you show one, that does not mean it happens all the time.
Okay. So if I show two, how many do you need for you to concede?
Define all the time.
50.
Define all the time. You never defined it.
And it happens.
Okay, 5% of it is 5% all the time. It's 5% all the time.
I told you how I defined it. So.
Girl, you know
I said it
for that barn that's coming up.
It
Can't be
exists.
doing all that.
Oh, it exists?
Wait,
sure, it exists. It exists.
Yeah,
okay. Are you happy? It exists.
Yeah, it exists.
Oh,
okay.
Great.
Next.
Then you conceded on it.
No,
you said all the time.
Yeah, you're right.
All the time.
You never defined.
You're right. You get a disclaimer. It helps you. Yeah, you're right. Everything.
You know, just because Band disagrees with me doesn't mean you automatically have to jump on that wagon, right?
The man's been in the industry for 20 years.
It's my job.
In your life.
Okay.
He's been in the industry for more than half your life.
And he doesn't know that disclaimers are in biographies?
I literally said that. I said this
I'll be honest with you.
biography.
I said that earlier. I said there's unauthorized biographies.
After 30
I said it's a marketing ploy. Or it makes a This is a massive troll.
Mel YouTube.
People put disclaimers in their Clubhouse profiles. They do, and it really helps.
That's unserious. Like, no one's gonna sue for defamation on Clubhouse.
Well, yeah. Using the word unserious is comical.
Okay.
Aretha Franklin was about 3 times bigger than Whitney Houston. Do with that what you will.
Aretha 3 times. Well, she lived how many decades? She
I ain't
was
talking
singing
about
all
Me a troll, like I'm saying something stupid.
I ain't talking about that.
You're not talking about what?
So she was 3 times bigger.
Oh, that's nice.
Mr. Resilient said, I don't gotta read what the man said. Cause see, I think Whitney Houston, no, he said, Whitney Houston is bigger than Aretha Franklin in my opinion. And I'm looking at the images and that's just not true. Huh?
Shut up.
You need help. I told you not to drink that. You sure you come up, Paola? I told you not to drink that coffee. I love your dick. Oh. Oh, they were trying to look at the closet.
Back to the thing. So do y'all
Which
believe
thing?
to the original point was about preventing it. I see y'all's argument about candidates being able to prevent or be able to have a say, but I think I'm a side with the court on this one. I think that people should be able to make political ads with the candidate's permission.
So I had a scenario that I was thinking about before I left. I had to take a call. And I'm like, okay, what if, I'm running for, I don't know, whatever. I'm running for mayor. And someone picks it up, a super PAC picks it up.
Mm-hmm.
But they are KKK associated.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go picking it up and saying, yeah, go and support her. She's going to do us. I don't want my name attached to that. Like, I don't want my face. Like, what's going on?
Well, they have to watch this, a disclaimer. They have to say that the person is not affiliated with the campaign. So they do have to say that. But the problem is that gets you into a land of defamation. Because there could be real damages on that.
But you don't know. But that's the thing, that it could be an innuendo. I could be saying she supports us as Americans, not as the KKK.
I know. It's tough. It's very, very tough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you say you side with the court, I'm like, I think the ability to come in and talk about it and then have someone judge is the most likely thing that I would like to see happen. Not that it's an automatic, the super PAC has the power to do so. If I want to be disassociated with it, there should be a process to allow me to do that.
No.
Especially if I can't contact them and tell them take this shit down.
No, you're a public figure. No, so when you decide to run, all of that is on offer. It's all on offer. Everything's available, from the rooter to the motherfucking tutor. So let me give you an example. Graham Plattner. I'll give a better example. When I run for Senate, all of the back channels of me getting titty pics, requesting titty pics, the videos, the meetups at the Whole Foods for hand jobs, the trips that I've taken with about 5-6 women on here, the foursome that I had on here was a female, male foursome. All of those things, all the Kitover recordings, all of that is on offer. Once I open myself up, pause, to that sort of scrutiny, it's all Graham Plattner's texts. If that lady turns those texts over, well, that may also have to do with what's it called when you have two-way consent, both party consent, or whatever that's called. That may be a little different. See, it all falls under different types of law, telecommunications law. Like, it's kind of messy. But all this is to say is that somebody can have a super PAC and say, look, there was this guy named Bam. He was in the back channels. Three of us met up with him one time. We had some bourbons, and then we had the leaning tower of pussy, and he was going up and down, the three of us in a bed. That's all available. It's all available.
The leaning tower of vagina.
No, pussy, the alliteration. Leaning tower of pussy.
No.
Don Giovanni. No, I have heard.
He got 3,500 hoes in different areas. Yes. So different clubhouse houses and rooms and privates and all that. 3,500 yes. And counting, okay?
In Turquía no van tuna ma in España. In España son ya 1,003. Huh? I got the whole Rolodex. That's all going to be available. Everything I'm saying in disclaimers is very common. Just show me one. I've got multiple biographies here. But none of them have disclaimers in them.
Also, before you go back to that.
So remember, Van, she's cheating because if 0 point. Oh, sorry, John. Zero.
I'm looking at articles.
But you never define the number. You never define the number. So if it's 2%, then you're right.
I don't have to define a number.
But if it's 2%, then you're correct, right?
All the time does not mean a fixed number.
It can mean 2%, right? It can mean 2%.
It could mean like it happens. Like
wait, it could mean what?
It happens.
It happens.
It could have happened 21 times in a million books. Right?
Okay, I don't really care what you're talking about right now. I'm reading articles by.
But you want people to care about what you're talking about. You want people to care about what you're talking about.
I mean, if you don't, it's not going to affect me.
She's just making it so she can't be wrong. You're arguing so you can't be wrong.
The person that you're talking to, you don't care about the person's assertions, but you want the person to care about yours.
Okay, well, CEO has already been rude to me, so it's fine. And then you asked me to come up to talk about this stuff. I don't know why.
I know, but we're talking to the room, Ho.
No, you're not. You're still talking about it.
Well, you see it. We agree. It happens, but it does not happen all the time.
Okay, well, I'm reading articles by lawyers that say that it's very common. It's not a
Lincoln.
It's not a complete defense, but it's definitely used. Okay, stop. First of all, don't talk to me like you handling me. You're not my dad.
Well, you got handled. You handle yourself. You asked what the word prevent meant. You said you didn't know what prevent meant.
No, I didn't say I didn't know.
You said I was playing word games on the word prevent.
God, you're yelling in my ear. Let me turn it
down. Because you are a troll.
I'm not trolling.
I said can it prevent? You said I'm playing word games. The word was prevent.
Oh my God.
Go to work. Go study.
Okay, bro.
Hey, let me do you like we did Kalisha. Go study. Get off the app. Go pass the test. Get off the bitch. Go. We want you to win. Talking to us. We're old. He passed our. I drew one. How he get in the books?
Exactly. Get off this app and go past our bar.
Go past the fuck up.
Then come back.
That's why I'm yelling.
Come back to your past and stunt on us and tell us to suck a dick. That's what you need.
Yes.
Is it Bible study yet?
No. Yeah. Pass the bitch and say, man, you're a bum. I passed it. I could move her down. In fact, how can I block her off the app?
Block her until on July 4th, because she really does need to go and study.
I have nothing, nothing, nothing.
So gotta come back in for the band clip crash out. Go read a book, retard!
But I think the benefit of these kinds of what is trying. I don't think a candidate should be able to control my speech.
So, okay, so you talked about all the bad channels and all that. Obviously, a super PAC can use it to be against you, right? Yeah. I'm talking about what if, like, being positive about it, and I don't want their support.
You can't control their speech, though.
But I don't want it.
It doesn't matter when you're an.
I don't want it. I should be able to go to court. Like, I do not want these singing my praises. I get it.
Ain't nobody singing your
speech, but they stand for.
don't want.
I don't want to be associated with KKK. Hello?
Hello?
Am I audible?
Bitch, you a racist. You laughed your ass off when Chuck got killed.
Hello? So would that be just during the campaign? I mean, because I could imagine, like, you know, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I think the implications of that could be really expansive, right? So do people in a public setting get to talk about, like, how far does that extend, right? So at a public event, you can't say, hey, I'm supporting so-and-so. Is it just in commercials or video? Like, you know, like how far would that speech go? I think that would be really hard, you know, to sort of disaggregate when you get to support someone or when your freedom of speech, you know, when you get to have your freedom of speech and then when you know, you're limited, you know, if you couldn't say that. I mean, I think the endorsement is important. So, you know, I'm so-and-so and I endorse this message. Yeah, but you can't disentangle that. I don't see how you'd be able to do it. But.
Yeah, I mean, the one today is tough because I'll put the New York Daily News piece aside. I mean, the candidate might not like Anthropic, but I'm sure he loves the ad. Today it's kind of tricky too. What if you like the ad? To your point for saying, what if you like the ad and you want the exposure, and even if it's good, but you don't like the people? So the KKK is an extreme example. One from today is really interesting because
I think the only way to propose.
I finished.
Okay, sorry. I recognize I'm targeting the class, but I think the only way to go about that is to indirectly offend the people that you don't want to support you. So, for instance, like y'all remember when Gucci did that runway, and they had the nukes around the neck, and it was like all the people were outraged. Like, I can't believe Gucci would do this, and some people were like, well, it makes perfect sense if they feel like you are bringing down, you know, the image of their fashion or whatever, or they're, you know, you're not the ideal client, then do something to offend the people who will support you, and then hopefully they won't support you anymore. I guess, maybe. Or maybe.
Sorry, Penny. I didn't hear your submission. I only heard part of it. So I don't.
No, I'm just saying. I just like indirectly disrespect the people that you don't want supporting.
I mean, you can, Trump, played around with the KKK, and the KKK helped him win. He mobilized some folks. He spent a lot of time not distancing himself from people and pretending he never met them, and it got him more airtime, and people were like, you know what, I could vote for him. So I think people will. I think if you want a person to win, realize that you are, controversial, or I think you do that stuff on the cool, right? Or I would hope, in channels. I think we have so many different spaces of communication that it's at every sort of crosstalk, and I don't know the extent to which that's always the case. So I think in some spaces, even the most problematic folks are able to get out their support and to the right people, right? I think they have their lanes of communication. I think that works, and the white supremacists, Christian nationalists, white nationalists, got got enough from the right people, I think, to also help him, get people out to vote for him.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. I mean, political ads, and it's like, this has probably already been said, but I'll just say it for the sake of my own voice being heard. Political ads, for all intents and purposes, are not deciders of elections. And so, while they can shape impressions and may feed to sort of the worldview of the voters, they don't actually, normally it's the people who are persuaded by an ad are people who already had a worldview that sort of aligned with that ad. So there's an example that I can give, which is from the 90s. There was an ad maker, a political ad maker by the name of Alex Castellanos. And Alex was the guy behind the ad with the white glove. It was a white glove ad. In fact, I'm going to try to find it here. And I do that ad forever after the election. That was the deciding factor. That was a deciding factor. Similarly, in 2006, I think, 2005, Harold Ford Jr., then Congressman, presenting weeks of the campaign, he read an ad that made Harold Ford Jr. look as if he was courting white women. At the time, he was unmarried. At the time, there were rumors that he dated white women. He eventually married one, but at the time he was not married. And people remember that ad as a thing that tipped the scale. And I think maybe theoretically, those ads that I'm referencing probably did sort of a general way, maybe have tipped the scale. But the voters who were persuaded by that ad already believed that worldview, already had that worldview. So my view and stake on particularly money in elections, and it was particularly around ads, is that piece. I think the most nefarious component to political ads in general are the ones that are on social media, because it's harder to track who those are funded by, so I don't really take a lot of stake in it's really the funder that people who would like that ad are like probably like the ad without the ad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And to your point, I mean, I think of, I think, you know, the ads that work to some degree are the ones that we remember, right? So we talked about Alex Castellanos, however you pronounce his name, and I'm also thinking about like the Swift Boat Veterans for Justice or whatever. Right.
Brother, I'm gonna back channel you something. Before you finish, I'm just gonna back channel you something. When you finish, I want you to look, and please do not come off mute. Do not yell. Do not think differently of me. But I'm gonna send you something off just about this point. I didn't know you was gonna say it, but I'm gonna send it to you on back channel.
Okay. Yeah. So I was just thinking, you know, so I agree. I think there's some that provide or that shape. They help shape narratives, but you know, to your point, I don't know the extent to which they completely change minds, or you know, or do they, you know, maybe amplify things that people don't, you know, if you already were inclined not to like this person, might it motivate you, you know, it'd be like the extra oomph that you need to go out and vote, or not vote. Does it actually switch minds? I don't know. You know, I know people have written a lot about this, but I'm curious. Okay, did you send it? I think it's. Oh, are you done? Okay. Oh, yeah. So for me, so I don't know, Imam, what you got, and we're specifically talking about the cover of the New York Daily News. That was a news piece we were talking about because it was paid for by a super PAC, and boy, had no say in it, but it's the cover, and it's like a real cover. It's actually an ad. But it was actually an ad that was paid for by a super PAC that's really anthropic. And so this is my view on ads. I've read a lot of articles on it. I've talked to people who studied it for a living, and I can find someone that agrees exactly with what your mama says. I can find someone who disagrees with everything she said. I can find 80,000 people in the middle. I think it's one of these things where if it works, it worked. If it didn't work, but you have to spend the money so that it works. It's like running a trick play in football. Trick plays oftentimes don't work. They're aborted, you lose 15 yards. But they work. And so you got to run a trick play. And the other thing about it is, one thing I dislike about it is a lot of the research spends a lot of time, but a lot of it does on presidential election in the general. I'm interested in a lot of this stuff in primaries, local races. You know, are there 10 people versus 2 people? I think when you begin to control for and put in different variables, I think it could matter. I also wonder, I'm going to ask about this, about the effect on turnout is. Right? So maybe you don't persuade anybody, and a particular ad is not dispositive one way or another, but it gets the people going, you know, in a particular way. So, and then I wonder, you know, the effect of different types of ads. You know, the television is what people always talk about. But this thing was on the Daily News, so everybody in New York is talking about it. And you know, Boris is in a very tight race, and you know, people get the Daily News. So everybody that's on the train, whether you get the Daily News or not, I saw this morning. You walk past, you go into the train, you see it. Oh look, there's what's the name right there? It's Boris. So there's a way in which it's an ad ish. But it also just puts your name in. Oh, I need to go vote. I forgot. Oh, let me make sure I go vote. You know, it's I don't know. I think it's very complex. So we were talking about that because he did not have any say on whether or not they were going to run that ad for him. But we can change the topic. I think somehow we got trolled into that other topic. I got to stop falling for that.
Who gets the people going?
I mean, stop. That's my own fault.
You love it. Whatever.
No, I don't. I don't.
You did.
When someone says, "What do you mean by the word prevent?" You're playing word games. I don't love that. I actually lost 8 pounds as soon as she said that. All the blood fell out of my ears. I go, "What do you mean by prevent?" What?
Anyway, what happened to Joy Reid?
Yeah, I'm gonna play it this afternoon. I can't play it right now.
Oh.
I mean, like I'll be able to play it in like 25, 30, like 25, like 20 minutes. If people want. But Patty's here. She might want to play her. Okay.
I think she's out. I don't think she's audible today. Told you. She said I can't. I'm outside. Well, brother, I don't know if I got a chance to say Happy Father's Day to you yesterday. I know I said it twice, but Happy Father's Day. Hope you enjoy. Happy Father's Day to all the wonderful men that are here, whether you have kids or not. If you're a father or you have nephews and nieces, dogs, and if you father and love them, Happy Father's Day to you as well. All right, it's 12:30 p.m. 12:31 to be exact. Conversation in regards to the super PAC. I learned something today. You know that's what money. That's the power of money. Money can buy anything, and now I learned that money can buy anything as well as control the other person and saying, "I'm going to write this about you, whether you want me to or not, because you're a public figure." My. Hey, that's the world we live in today. I think somebody needs to repeal that. That's just my thoughts. So, that was part of the discussion today that led into another discussion. Some kind of way we got on bio. I don't know. Anyway, what's next? Where are we going? Is there a train or a plane taking us somewhere? Any updating news?
Yeah, what's the updates on the Iran deal?
Of course. That was nice.
On the Iran deal, I know Vaughn's
CEO isn't here.
Oh, he was. He was in here for a good old time.
I know.
Oh, you waited for him to leave for you to say that. You say that?
No, the band asked the question. I was just asking if he was still here.
But I'm saying you should have came up and asked him what you asked him.
I mean, it was a good conversation. I don't want to ruin the.
I'm sure that would have been a better conversation.
He'll come back.
Let me see if I can ping him back.
Yeah, bring him back.
But yeah, I saw JD Vance is like going to the next level now because Iran has agreed to allow the inspectors to come back in. Agreed to allow this. That's all I know.
Oh, did y'all report on Alan Greenspan?
Oh, and Clive Davis.
Oh, wow. Oh, is that why y'all started talking about Whitney?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Y'all know, Van probably knows this, but y'all know that Andrea Mitchell is Alan Greenspan's wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wild.
And for those that are new to the space, Clive Davis, at the age of 94, on June 22nd, 2026, is no longer amongst the living. I haven't seen that come across CNN yet. I've been waiting for that. Is this for certain?
Yeah.
It's major news outlets have broke the news. Okay. All right. Cool.
Another piece
Yeah.
of
So.
news. Can you
Go ahead. Hey, Evans.
Yeah, another piece of news is that a deconfliction mechanism has been established for the ceasefire in Lebanon, which excludes Israel. Remember what I was saying about the Qatar, Egypt, Turkey, and others taking momentum away from Israel in Lebanon? Seems that that's happening.
Yeah, I was wondering where you were, Nia. I figured you were, hard at work, trying to get this MO signed. Once it felt like it was all gonna be for naught. So I hope hopefully you get this signed. But yeah, this looks ridiculous. Again. So is this just how it's gonna be? Are we? Is, is they gonna kick it down the hallway until have to wait for a new president? Just don't see it. I don't even see how we get to the nuclear. I mean, I'm a nobody, so there's no reason why I should, But I don't know. There's nothing about this that is like, yeah, I feel like this is gonna be long lasting.
Have you guys talked about the role that Vance has played in this? His like previous hesitancy about war and particularly going into Iran. Have you guys actually talked about it or kind of in passing? Responding to some of those questions. But as a personal response, I don't think people have personally responded. I think I mentioned in this yesterday. If you guys haven't seen his Ross interview on the New York Times podcast, his New York Times podcast, he also gets into this a little bit, but it's obviously less hostile because Ross he was more focused on the sort of like his new book, but I think it's interesting that like he was sort of a complete naysayer to going into Iran and specifically the type of the sort of the way in which they went into Iran, but now it's become the like face of the deal or potential deals, which is always interesting to me because as the VP you get assigned the task, and so it's going to be interesting to see how once sort of the dust settles. I mean, this probably won't be over in 2027 when he's running for president, but the sort of role that he plays now will certainly be part of the conversation if he is a presidential nominee in 2027, 2028.
Yeah, I think this is a revival of his dead political career and his potential presidential run. At least that's probably how he sees it. That obviously hinges on the Iran deal not backfiring again. But yeah, he's back in the conversation, and he's back in the conversation sounding relatively sane and, dare I say, on this issue, kind of centrist.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have a very different worldview, and maybe because I think wars are so unpredictable. Foreign policy is so unpredictable and sort of and can make or break presidential candidates. I just have a very different worldview. I think he is back in the conversation, not invisible like he was before. I don't know if this is great for him.
Actually, if I were him, I would be worried because even though he's assigned the face, right, as being the spokesperson for the deal and the administration, but he doesn't get to make the choices. So the choices that the administration makes and the president of the United States makes are the ones that will decide his fate as whether or not this sort of like impact taints or helps his worldview on or his campaign as he runs for president. Now, the one thing that always happens in U.S. elections, as you all know about all presidential candidates, there's always about like, oh, they don't have foreign policy experience. So this does give him that. But I think it's largely contingent on like the decisions that's made and whether this deal is actually seen favorably or not. I think we've heard a lot this sort of previous week still. A lot of Republicans from both sides of the don't agree with the deal, and so it's interesting. He also inserted in the New York Times interview, he inserted Obama's name and the JCPOA numerous times in the conversation. Yeah, it's an interesting thing.
Well, Republicans, because Marco Rubio will be doing the same. I hope the Republicans do nominate someone whose main portfolio or dossier is foreign policy. No one's ever won the presidency, and it's one of the great ironies. And I like people in the media because, like you just said, I don't know why people have foreign policy experience. No one cares. No one cares. Those with the most foreign policy experience in our lifetime never win. Ever. Except 88.
It's so funny because you say that is the best. I will not say the best person, but on paper, the most qualified person on foreign policy in 2004 couldn't get out of Iowa.
Yeah.
On paper, in terms of like their career, not just on foreign policy, but as like their whole career.
I know who it is when we say.
Yeah. No, you say.
General Clark.
No. Bob Graham.
Oh, I completely forgot.
He can make it out of Iowa. 2-term governor, United States senator, foreign policy. 9/11 to make it out of
president. Same thing. Yeah, I hope run on this. If J.D. Vance decided to run for president on an Iran deal in which, as Jarl wants to remind us, although we talk about it all the time, they killed 156, we were talking about it, 156 schoolgirls, what's the name, gas price. I would love that. You basically get, he said yesterday that did you see it, neoliberal, what the big breakthrough was yesterday? You there?
I think he's on the phone.
Oh, okay. Did you guys see what the big...
In his country, they don't have a cell phone, so...
The Soviet landline, he's got to get permissions from Congress to be allowed to, make me mad, Jarl. We talked about it yesterday. Come up with an AI discussion. I really hope they do, because Americans, I think that's horrible. No one's mad, brother. No one's mad at all. It was just good timing that you said that with the conversation. We know you're not listening to the conversation, but it was good timing nonetheless. But the big breakthrough yesterday, for those of you who didn't watch the J.D. Vance press conference, and you said this, I apologize. I was taking care of an ablution. Was they're going to agree to UN inspectors. You want to see that? They want to see that?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
No,
that
say
was
that
the big
again.
breakthrough yesterday.
What was big break yesterday?
Iran's going to agree to UN inspectors.
That's.
So when I heard
I
that,
just said that.
I just said that. I just said that.
Oh, okay. I said I was away. If someone said it, I apologize. I was.
Oh, whatever. You heard me say it. You just want to say
Would you like to know what the ablution was? Is that why you want me to tell you what it was?
No, fine. Just go ahead. Just say it.
But anyway, when I heard that, I cut 2 toes off.
Yeah, I died.
That was the whole problem with the Obama deal. Oh, these UN inspectors are just bureaucrats. We can trust them. Huh? So I hope they run on it. J.D. Vance can't be. I think maybe this is his way to get back in the news before he begins to shift to domestic affairs, because they're going to have to. He's essentially going to be running on the Trump record, right? Domestically, and that's what people are going to be voting for. So I apologize for today. I was taking care of an ablution. Do you want to know what it was?
No. You know. You know, if somebody else would do it, you would say, I just said that. Oh, I don't want it. No. Okay.
I went to my neighbor's alligator and told next time he knows evil to
Oh my
same
God.
person. It's the same person.
Leave that child alone.
My God. Same person. What does prevent me? And alligators know human notions of evil. Oh, you're scared of it. Just stay there. So what have they got that's different than the Obama deal?
Nothing yet.
Well, what's improved besides, I guess, the threat of bombing? They keep saying threat of bombing. Is there anything else different?
Oh, I know. No, there is something major that I don't think we actually discussed.
Oh, good.
And that is the fact that this will not be coming out of the U.S. tax dollars to pay them back. They'll be getting just their sanction money that was held. Isn't that different?
No, that was true for Obama, too.
That's not different?
No, Obama. No, they just say that it was like $300 million in frozen, and it accumulated a bunch of money, their own money. I don't think there was any tax dollars.
Yeah, why would we be tax dollars if we didn't destroy infrastructure during the Obama administration?
No, but she said that's what they say. That's what.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pay for it. They're gonna have to pay for it. They gotta rebuild that infrastructure.
Oh no. Vaughn said no. Vaughn said no. No. Vaughn said no.
Part of so it's AP 3.0 and 3.6. It's part of. It's one of those phases. So they're paying for it. But the countries, I don't know what. Gotta be paid for. You gotta they're gonna have to put that infrastructure back.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't know where Matt is from. Carlson, he is no longer supporting the loyal to the United States of America.
DC was right. She called it. Where's Jeremy? She's also retarded, you know.
So what is he, a liberal now?
He ain't a nobody.
He ain't no Democrat.
He just a nobody. He gonna vote for the Republicans.
Y'all are feeding the Christian moral authority to Tucker Carlson, and that's the problem. Y'all don't want to have that conversation. Well, you're right. CC told us he was going to introduce Medicare for all, and all the Democrats are going to vote for Tucker Carlson. So there you go.
Yeah, he's going to be a libertarian. He'll
be right back voting for
exactly.
Party in
Hello.
He will probably support J.D. Vance. I think his son actually working for J.D. Vance or was working something like that.
They'll do that thing where they'll be like, Trump did so much, so important, but I think he lost his way there. But we can really pick up MAGA. You're right, JD. You're right, Marco. Okay, I'm back on it. I mean, I can't vote for a Democrat. I can't vote for John Ossoff. I mean, this guy. And so they'll do the thing where they'll say, like a lot of quote independents do. I mean, both sides are bad, but I'll spend my 5 minutes bashing Democrats and not saying anything about Republicans. It'll be that sort of thing come election time.
See, y'all was thinking like retardations, and that's your problem.
That's true. I want to be a retard.
Maybe he will become communist then. The French lady said he's a socialist.
Yeah.
Yes.
Could you imagine? Oh God.
She tried to act like she didn't say that either. That was the craziest thing.
Oh yeah, that was wild. I'm gonna be honest with you. That was the one thing I did. I couldn't understand that one. Y'all were using her bag. I couldn't hear shit, but I heard retarded. I was like, oh.
BWA called me retarded for a month after that. That was hilarious.
Okay, I have a question. This is not related to
You can't be at Costco's again. You just can't.
I'm not, ma'am. And if I am, I'm helping stimulate the economy. What are you stimulating? What am I gonna need?
Well, I hope to stimulate.
Took the PTR. I mean, they're great.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. That was I need to clean my patio furniture. What do y'all use to clean like the cushions?
Yeah, I go to I get it from you can get it from Wayfair or Crate and Barrel or Jonathan Reach. You get new cushions.
Yeah, nobody cleans them. They buy new ones.
You just buy new ones. No, I'm not joking. You just buy new ones.
You buy new ones every year.
Yeah.
I got 12 kids. I can't do that.
They're not expensive.
The one that I have are, yes.
Well, and you should cover them or took them back in the house.
Well, I did, but I used it. I normally take them. So normally I take them off for the off season. I didn't. I bought a cover, but the cover didn't do a job. So I'm trying to see if I could. It's not. See, y'all are in a different. I don't know why I asked y'all. I'm clearly.
Put plastic on. You should put plastic on your cushions like the old school people did.
Well, I'm gonna have to.
So, brother, can you repeat your question because I couldn't hear it? I just want to try to understand.
Yeah, I was talking to the elite on stage, clearly, but I was just asking, does anybody have like a solution or that they use to help clean their patio furniture? Like like we'll use a mix, like buy something already pre-made, or make their own. I think like white with a little vinegar and stuff like that stuff. But I was just asking.
You can actually reach out to the manufacturer and they can give you like the guidelines for cleaning.
Okay.
They're gonna do. They're gonna also send you a pamphlet on how to reorder.
Well, a lot of times for people will buy extra casings because they're like different components. Like you have the foam and then like the outer shell, like the zipper. Sometimes casings can be washed, but not all the time. It's usually the easiest to just reach out to the manufacturer, just figure out
what you use to clean it?
I've already looked at stuff. But I'll do that first. Thank you.
And depending on how long you had it, it might be like a limited warranty. So it's depending on like what actually happened. Like if it's fading, because it might not be. Is it dirty or is it fading?
Yeah, it's just like no, it's just dirty. I had a cover on it, but yeah, there's still like dirt that got on the cushion and stuff. It wasn't when you cut the grass, some of the grass got underneath the stuff. So I just want to clean it. I just want to sort of clean it. I have a little hose and for the pressure, a pressure washer. I'm gonna use that. I just want to know. I don't see anything out here, but I'll see if the manufacturer has something. I'll start from there. It's $5 million. That is expensive. I can't do that at this time. Hopefully. All right, I'll mute up. Thank you.
Well, for the fourth time, because it's in the chat again, wonderful contributor to music,
Clive Davis.
Mr. Clive Davis, has passed on. Not sure of his glory. But wherever he's passed, rest in peace. And thank you for all the wonderful music that you have brought to us throughout the years.
94 is a long time.
Somebody got the horses coming.
Horses up the street.
कि बड़ी हैरानी की बात है कि जब से यहां आए हैं समय कैसे गुजर जाता है पता नहीं चलता। दिन निकल जाते हैं, महीने निकल जाते हैं, वर्ष निकल जाता है, यूं जैसे अभी आया अभी गया। जब तुम मस्ती में हो तो समय स्मिता से भागता है, जब तुम दुख में हो समय ठिठक ठिठक के चलता है, चलते ही नहीं, जैसे घड़ी जंग खा जाती, कांटे सरकते नहीं। और तुम आनंद में होते हो तो कांटे भागते। आदमी क्या करे, उसके भीतर एक रिक्तता मालूम होती है, एक गड्ढा मालूम होता है। इसलिए सागर, मैं कहता हूं अदा करना कि आदमी का लक्ष्य। मैं उनसे नहीं कहता करो, मेरे तो सोचना, मेरी बात हर जगह पुरानी तथाकथित रूढ़ियों से बिल्कुल विपरीत है। मैं उपवास का आनंद समझता हूं, लेकिन मैं ये नहीं कहता कि तुम उपवास करो, मैं कहता हूं तुम आनंदित हो जाओ। फिर अगर उपवास घट जाए वह बात और, तब उपवास का मजा और। लेकिन उपवास मत करना, उपवास से आनंद नहीं घटेगा। तुम्हें समझाया गया सदियों से कि उपवास करोगे तो आनंद मिलेगा, ये बात झूठ है। हाँ, इससे उल्टी बात सच है, आत्मानंद मिले तो उपवास घट सकता है, मगर अपरिहार्यता नहीं चाहिए, अनिवार्यता नहीं है। ये प्रत्येक व्यक्ति की अलग अलग शारीरिक जरूरतों पर निर्भर होगा, और प्रत्येक व्यक्ति की शारीरिक जरूरतें बिल्कुल अलग अलग हैं, बिल्कुल भिन्न भिन्न है। पर तुमने पूछा है फिर महात्मागण क्यों मोटे होते, उसका भी कारण वही है। वो भी दुखी लोग हैं, उनका दुख तुमसे ज्यादा है। तुम्हें तो कम से कम थोड़ी आशा है कि संसार में हो तो आज नहीं कल कुछ न कुछ पालोगे, कभी न कभी सुख मिल जाएगा। दौड़ रहे हो, लड़ रहे हो, संघर्ष कर रहे हो। महात्मा गण ने तो संसार छोड़ दिया। अब उनके एक और दोहरी चिंता हो गई कि पता नहीं उनने ठीक किया नहीं। न मालूम मुझसे कितने महात्माओं ने कहा है कि कई बार ये शंका मन में उठती, पढ़ लेता है कि हमने ठीक किया। अगर हम ठीक है तो संसार के करोड़ों करोड़ों लोग गलत हैं। क्या इतने लोग गलत हो सकते? और फिर सब छोड़ के भी हमको कोई आनंद तो मिल नहीं रहा है। कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं हुआ कि हमने भ्रांति कर ली है, अपने साथ अपने को धोखा दे लिया है? तो महात्मागण क्या करें? न काम है, न धंधा है, न क्लब जा सकते हैं, न सिनेमा देख सकते हैं। कोई और फिर तो संभावना बची नहीं। सिर्फ एक ही बचा सुख उनके लिए, स्वाद का सुख। सो तुम देख सकते हो तुम्हारे अखंडानंद, पखंडानंद, अनवाल नाम तो उनके सबके आनंद में है। आनंद ही आनंद मालूम होता है नाम से, तो अखंड आनंद। मगर अगर उनको ढंग देखो तो साफ जाहिर होता है कि आदमी दुखी, परेशान। इनका कुल रस खाने पीने में है। मटकानाथ ब्रह्मचारी 15-20 आदमियों का भोजन हजम कर चुकने के बाद बोले, यजमान पानी लाओ। यह सुनकर यजमान के प्राणों में प्राण आए। उसने पानी का लोटा दिया। तब मटकानाथ ने कहा, वत्स, मेरी यह खानदानी आदत है कि जब तक आधा खाना ना हो जाए तब तक पानी ना पिया जाए। यजमान पर जो गुजरी वह तो तुम समझ ही गए होगे। खैर, पानी पीने के बाद उन्होंने फिर उतना ही खाना खाया। तब अपने घड़े जैसी तौन पर हाथ फेर कर वे बोले, अब इस बस में सवारियां ठसाठस भर चुकी, अब कुछ नहीं खाऊंगा। यजमान ने औपचारिकता बस का, नहीं नहीं महाराज। अब यजमान को डर भी नहीं था। यह एक रसगुल्ला तो और ले लीजिए। अब यजमान ने सोचा कि अब थोड़ी उदारता ही दिखा दो। जब महात्मा ने इतनी उदारता बरती है, तब अपनी तरफ से भी क्या कंजूसी दिखानी। अब बर्बाद तो कर ही चुका है ये। कहा कि ये तो रसगुल्ला लेना ही होगा। पक्का भरोसा था कि वो नहीं लेंगे। कहा, यह तो खास आपके लिए ही बनाया गया है, नहीं आपको लेना ही होगा। ब्रह्मचारी ने झट से उसे लिया और गपक गए। बोले, लाओ लाओ, अभी बस में कंडक्टर की सीट खाली। मगर अब बिल्कुल भी जगह नहीं बची, पांव रखने की भी नहीं। रसगुल्ले के बाद यजमान ने एक मिस्त्री का बड़ा सा लड्डू देते हुए कहा, महाराज यह और ग्रहण कीजिए। सोचा कि अब तो असंभव है, अब तो कंडक्टर की जगह भी भर चुकी। इतनी कृपा तो उसने कहा आपको मुझ पर करनी ही होगी, वरना आत्मा को बड़ा क्लेश पहुंचेगा। हमारे परिवार में परंपरा है कि मेहमान को अंत में मिश्री का लड्डू अवश्य परोसा जाए। मटकानाथ के मुंह में फिर पानी आ गया। वो बोले, ठीक है लाओ, उसे भी ठिकाने लगा दूं। ऐसा कह वे उसे भी हजम कर गए। यजमान ने पूछा, महाराज एक शंका उठाई है, समाधान करिए। आपने तो कहा था कि बस में जरा सी भी जगह नहीं है, फिर ये लड्डू कहां समा गया? ब्रह्मचारी ने उत्तर दिया, वत्स, यदि बस में तिल रखने की भी जगह नहीं है और देश का प्रधानमंत्री आ जाए तो उसके लिए जगह मिलेगी कि नहीं? बस यही समझो कि मिस्री का ये लड्डू प्रधानमंत्री। यजमान ने हिम्मत भी नहीं की कि अब कुछ और आगे औपचारिक दिखाए। तुम अपने महात्माओं पे जरा ध्यान दो। और ये वही लोग हैं जो 24 घंटे तुम्हें समझा रहे हैं कि जगत तो माया है, इस देह में क्या रखा है, ये तो मिट्टी है, ये तो सब सपना है, स्वप्नवत। और इनके शरीर देखो और इनका भोजन देखो, तब तुम समझोगे कि इनकी बातों में कितनी सच्चाई है, कितना अर्थ है। तुम्हारे महात्माओं में और तुम्हारी स्त्रियों में बहुत भेद नहीं है, इसलिए दोनों में तालमेल भी बैठता है। तुम्हारे महात्मा तुम्हारी स्त्रियों के सहारे ही जी रहे हैं, और तुम्हारी स्त्रियों के लिए और कहीं कोई जगह नहीं जाने की, क्योंकि और जगत में शक संदेह एक महात्माओं पर भर नहीं तो शक संदेह होता। तो महात्मा वहां तुम स्त्रियों को जाने दे, संगीतज्ञों के पास जाने नहीं दोगे, नर्तकों के पास जाने नहीं दोगे, कवियों के पास जाने नहीं दोगे। बस एक जगह तुमने छोड़ रखी, मंदिर, महात्मा। क्योंकि तुम सोचते हो कि महात्मा तो पहुंचे हुए व्यक्ति संसार को माया कह रहे हैं। तो तुम्हारी स्त्रियों में और तुम्हारे महात्माओं में एक तालमेल है, एक षड्यंत्र है। स्त्रियां ही तुम्हारे तथाकथित महात्माओं को जाए चला रही, और तुम्हारे दुखी हैं, तुम्हारी स्त्रियां भी दुखी हैं, और दुखियों में सहानुभूति पैदा हो जाती। दुखी एक दूसरे के कंधे पर सिर रखकर लगते। तीन मित्र अपनी अपनी मोटी पत्नियों के बारे में चर्चा कर रहे थे। एक बोला, मेरी बीबी इतनी मोटी है कि रिक्शे वाले उसे बिठाने से मना कर देते, और तांगे वाले कहते, माफ करिए, एक बार में तो हम नहीं ले जा सकते, यदि 2 फेरी में ले जाएं तो क्या आपको कोई ऐतराज? दूसरा मित्र बोला, मेरी बीबी इतनी मोटी है कि पिछली बार जब हम लोग इस तरह से घर आने टैक्सी बैठने लगे, टैक्सी ड्राइवर का झगड़ा हो गया, पास खड़े एक ट्रक ड्राइवर। कुछ मामला यह था कि ट्रक ड्राइवर कहता था कि भाई तो हमारा धंधा चौपट की दे रहा है, ट्रक की सवारी टैक्सी में ले जा रहा है। तीसरा मित्र बोला, यह भी कुछ नहीं, तुम मेरी बीबी के किस्से सुनोगे तो सुनकर गस्त खा जाओगे। परसों शाम की ही बात है, मैं उस पेटीकोट धुलवाने के लिए धोबी के यहाँ गया, तो धोबी ने कहा, क्षमा कीजिए श्रीमान जी, हमारे यहाँ टेंट तंबू वगैरह धोने का काम नहीं किया जाता। दोनों दुखी हैं। स्त्रियां महात्माओं का सत्संग करती हैं, महात्माओं की सेवा करके उनको सांत्वना देती, और महात्मा पौराणिक कथाएं, व्यर्थ की झूठी कपोल कल्पित कहानियां सुना सुना के स्त्रियों को सांत्वना देते। तीसरा प्रश्न, भगवान, मैं आपका संन्यास लेने से बहुत ही डरता हूं, कृपया अपनी शराब कुछ ऐसी पिलाएं कि मैं साहस कर सकूं। देवराज मेहता, मेरा संन्यास है तो खतरनाक, डर तो स्वाभाविक है। शराब भी मैं पिला सकता हूं, वही मेरा धंधा है, लेकिन शराब के जोश में तुमने अगर संन्यास ले लिया तो वह उचित ना होगा। वह तुमने अपनी सूझबूझ, अपने होश हवास में न लिया होगा, बेहोशी में लिया होगा। और शराब जब उतर जाएगी फिर क्या करोगे? यहां से जब घर जाओगे, गांव के लोग मिलेंगे, पत्नी के दर्शन करोगे, बाल बच्चे पूछेंगे कि डैडी तुम्हें क्या हो गया, भले चंगे घर से गए थे। उन सबको देख के नशा तिरोहित हो जाए। नशे में लिया गया सन्यास नशे के तिरोहित होते ही गिर भी जाएगा, उसका कोई मूल्य नहीं। होश हवास में लो। फिर एक खतरा और भी, नशे के साहस का कोई भी मूल्य नहीं। नशे के साहस में तुम कुछ ऐसा काम भी कर सकते हो जो करके तुम पीछे पछताओ, बहुत पछताओ। नशा तो मैं पिलाता हूं और ऐसा पिलाता हूं कि जन्म जन्म उतरे, मगर सन्यासी हो जाओ तभी पिलाता हूं, उसके पहले नहीं। सन्यासी होना मेरे मैं गधे का प्रवेश पत्र है। उस पहले सुनो मेरी बात, समझो मेरी बात, होश हवास से सजग होके, सोए सोए नहीं। सन्यास लेने तक तो तुम्हारा होश हवास में चाहता हूं पूरा कायम रहे, कुछ ऐसा काम न गुजरो इसलिए तुम्हें पछताना पड़े। एक दिन वह चूहे के पीछे दौड़ और भागते हुए एक शराब से भरे हुए बर्तन में जा गिरा। बिल्ली काफी देर इंतजार करती रही, तलाशती रही, मगर चूहा न मिला, सुना मिला। दूसरे दिन शराब भर के मालिक ने चूहे को बाहर निकाला। चूहा गरज कर बोला, कहां है वह हरामी बिल्ली? क्या समझ रखा है अपने को? लाओ मेरे सामने, कर दूं चारों खाने चित्त। नशे में कुछ उल्टा सीधा काम न कर बैठना। फिर नशे का भरोसा क्या, मैं तो पिला दूं। सन्यास के नशे से ये कोई जरूरी नहीं। हिम्मत आ जाए तो पता नहीं हिम्मत का क्या परिणाम हो। हिम्मत आ जाए और तेजी से भाग खड़े हो, हिम्मत भागने की आ जाए भी तो खतरा है, ये भी डर है। नशे की हिम्मत क्या करवाएगी, इसके लिए कोई पहले से निर्णय कर नहीं सकता। सज्जन आदमी को नशा करवा दो, गालियां बकने लगता है। कोई सोचा भी नहीं था कि गीता पाठी एकदम गाने लगेगा। सोचा तो नहीं ये था कि नशा करवा देंगे तो गीता का घोष होगा और बकने लगा। मां बहन गालियां भी तो थी, गीता थी। पता क्या पढ़ा क्या ना पढ़ा हो, जन्मों जन्मों से इकट्ठा है। हो जाओ तब तक इस शराब तुम पात्र। मैं राजी पिलाने को, फिर कोई तरफ से कमी नहीं थी, मगर जब तुम सन्यासी हो तब तक छोड़ रखना चाहता हूं। सुनो, समझो, विचारो, विश्लेषण करो, तर्क की कसौटी पर कसौट। जल्दी मत को, धीरज से, आहिस्ता से, क्योंकि मैं जो कह रहा हूं वो खतरनाक तो है ही। वो सारी परंपराओं का विरोध, उनका अतिक्रमण। हाँ, तुम निर्णय कर लोगे अपनी तरफ से, अपनी बुद्धि से समर्पण का, फिर ठीक है, उसके बाद तुम मेरे हाथ में हो। नहीं तो खतरा है। मुल्ला नसरुद्दीन के दांत में बहुत पीड़ा, लेकिन दांत निकलवाने में नसरुद्दीन को बड़ा डर लगता था। दांत के डॉक्टर ने उसे बहुत तरह से समझाया, नसरुद्दीन दर्द बिल्कुल नहीं होगा, बस 2 मिनट की बात है। लेकिन नसरुद्दीन बड़ा घबराया। आखिर नसरुद्दीन जब तैयार न हुआ तो डॉक्टर थोड़ी सी विस्की लेके आया और मुल्ला को देते हुए बोला, लो नसरुद्दीन, शायद इसे पीकर तुम्हें थोड़ी हिम्मत आए। विस्की पीने के 2-4 मिनट बाद तो नसरुद्दीन एकदम खड़ा हो गया और गरज कर बोला, अब आई साली हिम्मत, अब जरा कोई हाथ तो लगा कर देखे मेरे दांत। अरे हाथ पैर तोड़ दूंगा जिसने जरा मेरे दांत को। अब कैसी हिम्मत आ जाए तुम में पीने के बाद कि तुम मुझसे कहने लगो, कब देखूं कौन देता मुझे सन्यास। या ऐसे भागोगे फिर कभी लौट के ना आओ। अभी कम से कम आ तो जाते हो, आते रहो जाते रहो, देवराज में आते रहे जाते रहे, बात होने वाली है देर अबेर, मगर जब समय पक जाए तभी होनी चाहिए। कच्ची बात, कच्ची बात ठीक भी नहीं। कच्चा फल गिरे इससे तो सजा है, किसी के काम ना आएगा। पक जाए तो ही साथ है। 2 शराबी पे बैठे हुए थे, के पिए हुए थे। झूल रहे थे, झूम रहे थे, गीत गुनगुना रहे थे। एक झाड़ से टपक पड़ा। उसके गिरने से जो धड़ाम की आवाज हुई तो दूसरा जो अभी भी झाड़ पर बैठा था उसे जरा आया। उसने नीचे झांक कर देखा और कहा, भाई मुझे बड़ी हो रही कि तुम झाड़ से नहीं गिर गए, चोट वगैरह तो नहीं आई। उसने कहा, तू फिक्र मत कर, अरे तू गिरता तो दुख होता, तुझे दुख करने की क्या जरूरत। पहले ने पूछा तुम्हारा, उसने कहा, अरे हम तो अरे जो पक जाएगा वो गिरे, कच्चा हलक है। जब पके देवराज बेटा थोड़े पक जाओ, अभी डंडा मार के गिराया जा सकता है तुम्हें, अगर कच्चे गिर गए क्या काम आओ, किसी उपयोग के नहीं होगे। आते रहो जाते रहो, ना करो। मामला खतरनाक है और शराब भी जरा जरूर पिलाऊंगा। ये शराब ऐसी है जो बेहोशी नहीं देती, होश देती। मगर इस शराब की पहली शर्त है, वो तुम्हें पूरी करनी पड़े। वही सन्यास है, वही शिष्यत्व है। जब तक तुम वह शर्त पूरी नहीं करते तब तक तुम पात्र नहीं हो कि मैं तुम्हारे पात्र को भरूं। तब तक तुम दर्शक हो, तब तक तुम इस तीर्थ के अंग नहीं हो। मगर भाव उठ रहा है तो लगता है धीरे धीरे पक रहे हो, गिरोगे, समय आ जाएगा। और जो समय पर बात होती वही ठीक है, और हर चीज का अपना समय है। जल्दबाजी कभी भी शुभ नहीं। आखिरी प्रश्न, भगवान, क्या धर्मगुरु सच ही बुद्धू होते हैं? दीपक, पता नहीं धर्मगुरु से तुम्हारा क्या प्रयोजन। अगर महावीर, बुद्ध, जरथुस्त्र, लाओत्सु को तुम धर्मगुरु समझते हो तो वे बुद्ध हैं, बुद्धू नहीं। लेकिन वे धर्मगुरु नहीं, वे स्वयं धर्म, वे धर्म के साकार रूप। धर्मगुरु तो हैं पंडित, पुरोहित, मौलवी, आयतुल्लाह खोमेनी, पोप पाल, पुरी के शंकराचार्य, ये सब धर्मगुरु हैं। और ये धर्मगुरु निश्चित ही बुद्धू हैं। इसमें मैं जरा भी संकोच नहीं करता हूं। मैं सत्य को नग्न ही कह देना पसंद करता हूं। ये अगर बुद्धू न होते तो धर्मगुरु न होते। आदि शंकराचार्य धर्म है, मगर ये कलची, ये कोई शंकराचार्य है? ये कार्बन कापियां हैं। और इस जगत में इससे कोई अपमान नहीं है आदमी का कि वो कार्बन कापी हो जाए। प्रत्येक व्यक्ति मौलिक है और मौलिक होने में ही उसका अपना गौरव है और अपने गौरव में ही परमात्मा का गौरव है। जो कार्बन कापी होकर रह जाता है वो दो कौड़ी का हो जाता है। यहूदी फकीर झुसिया मृत्यु सैया पर पड़ा था, विद्रोही था, बगावती था। मैं जिन थोड़े से लोगों को प्रेम करता हूं उनमें से एक झुसिया भी है। बड़ी बात, लेकिन उसके पैर जब नहीं पहुंचते थे तो टेबल बनवाता था कि पैर ना दिखाई। जो बड़ा भद्दा कुर्सियों पर के मालूम होते। छोटा बच्चा बैठा हो, वो अपने पांवों को छिपा के चलता था। वो पांवों से हमेशा पीत होता था। उसने अपने पत्रों में अपने मित्रों को लिखा है कि मैं सिर करके बता दूंगा कि पांव मेरे कितने ही छोटे हों, लेकिन बड़े से बड़े पद पर मैं सकता हूं। मेरे छोटे पैरों से मैं बड़े पद पर पहुंच के बता दूंगा। एडलर की बात में कुछ सच्चाई है। राजनेता कैसे मेरे संबंध में कुछ कर, मैं उनके संबंध में जो कह रहा हूँ उससे उनके प्राणों पर गुजरती, बुरी गुजरती। वो तो खुश हुए होंगे कि जो हम करना चाहते थे वो किसी आदमी ने तो करने की कोशिश की, दिल ही दिल में धन्यवाद दिया होगा, आभार अनुभव किया होगा। इसलिए तुम इसकी चिंता ना लो कैलाश गोस्वामी कि क्यों किसी उच्च दर्जे के व्यक्ति ने कुछ नहीं कहा। उनका ना कहना ही बताए कि कोई उच्च दर्जा वगैरह नहीं, सब दौड़ है ऊंचे होने की, मगर ऊंचा कोई पद से नहीं होता। आत्मवान व्यक्ति ही केवल ऊंचा होता है। ध्यान ही एकमात्र धन है और परमात्मा को अनुभव करना ही एकमात्र पद है। इसलिए तो भक्तों ने उसे परम पद कहा है। बाकी सब पद तो थोथे, बचकाने। तुमने छोटे बच्चों को देखा नहीं? छोटे बच्चे कुर्सियों पर जाते और अपने पिता से कहते हैं डैडी मैं तुमसे ऊंचा, देखो मैं तुमसे ऊंचा। ये जो पदों की दौड़ में लगे हुए लोग, ये छोटे बच्चे जो शरीर से भला बड़े हो गए हैं, लेकिन मनोवैज्ञानिक रूप में जिनकी उम्र ज्यादा, यह जान के तुम हैरान होगे कि आदमी की औसत मनोवैज्ञानिक आयु 12 साल। 80 साल आदमी की औसत उम्र 12 साल से ज्यादा नहीं होती। मानसिक मन तो वहीं अटक जाता है 13 साल के करीब। फिर खिलौने बदलते रहते, फिर खिलौने बड़े होते चले जाते। लड़कियां गुड्डियों से खेलती हैं, गुड्डियों के विवाह रचाती हैं, फिर बड़े होके वो बच्चों के विवाह रचाएंगी, मगर खेल है। फिर रामलीला होगी, राम सीता का विवाह रचाया जाए। खेल वही है, नाम बदलते, रूप बदलते। ऐसा हुआ कि मैं पहली दफा रायपुर गया, मुझे कोई पहचाने नहीं। मैं किसी को पहचाने नहीं हूं कि कौन मुझे बुलाया। उसी दिन साथ उसी एयर कंडीशन डब्बे में बाबा राघवदास आना था। हेलो, बाथरूम जाते हुए मैंने देखा कि तख्ती बाबा राघवदास की लगी है। हेलो, वे सन्यासी थे। हेलो, महात्मा गांधी विनोबा के बड़े भक्त थे। तो मैं पूछा, बात आज हो गई। फिर मुझे लेने वाले बाबा रास को डब्बे के फूल मालाएं थे। उसे देख के बोले कि राघवदास की मैंने जाके भेंट दिया है। बात सही, बोला नहीं। उन्होंने मैं पहना दी तो मैंने ली, उन्होंने साम उठा लिया तो मैंने कहा लो। नहीं था, आखिर मुझे कहना नहीं पड़ेगा। फिर नहीं है इनका कटी। आखिर में मुझे लेने, वो लोग मुझे को दिखाई नहीं पड़ते जिनको मुझे लेना आना चाहिए। मैं पहचानता नहीं उनको, आए होते तो वो दिखाई पड़ते। उनकी कार को रास्ते में ट्रैफिक में कुछ अड़चन पड़ गई, पहुंचने में 5 मिनट देर हो गई। जब हम इस स्टेशन के बाहर निकल रहे थे तब वो भी आ गए फूल मालाएं लिए हुए। एकाध ने मेरी तस्वीर देखी थी, वो बड़ा चौंका कि कौन लोग इनको ले जा रहे हैं। वो मेरे पास आया, उसने कहा कि आप कौन हैं? मैंने कहा मत पूछ। फिलहाल बाबा राघवदास जो मुझे ले जा रहे थे उन्होंने कहा आपका मतलब फिलहाल। मैंने कहा सब अनुरूप है, आदमी जन्म जन्म में क्या क्या नहीं होता, अलग अलग जन्मों में अलग अलग हो जाता, 84 करोड़ योनियों में क्या क्या नहीं होना था, इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि फिलहाल। उन्होंने कहा तब ठीक है, मगर जो मुझे लेने आए थे उन्होंने कहा हम ऐसे आपको नहीं जाने देंगे, ये क्या मामला है। अरे बाबा राघवदास तो हम जानते हैं, उनमें से एक बाबा राघवदास को जानता था, उसने कहा बाबा राघवदास नहीं है। मैंने कहा ये संबंध तुम आपस में तय कर लो कि मैं कौन हूं, क्योंकि क्या फर्क पड़ता है। रही बात अगर तुम दोनों की अड़चन हो तो इनका काम आज निपटा देता हूं, कल तुम्हारा निपटा दूंगा। आज बाबा राघवदास रहने दो, कल तुम जो चाहोगे वो हो जाऊंगा। वो बाबा राघवदास वाले लोग भी चिंतित हो गए कि इस व्यक्ति को कैसे ले जाना, ये आदमी तो भरोसे योग्य भी नहीं, और कहीं बाबा राघवदास किसी और डब्बे में ना बैठे हो। उनको बड़ी चिंता ये पड़ी कि कहीं किसी और डब्बे में बाबा राघवदास बैठे हो और हम इन सज्जन को लिए जा रहे हैं जो कि बिल्कुल भरोसे के नहीं मालूम होते। और मेरे मित्रों ने तो जल्दी से उनसे सामान भी ले ली और उन्होंने कहा आप चलिए, ये रही गाड़ी, तुम अपनी फूलमाला ले जाओ, तो क्या मैं राज्यों में दोनों को हल कर, आज तुम्हारा काम निपटा दे, कल इनका निपटा दे।
I ain't mad at you. Angry? Leave me alone. You angry? I can't argue with you. I can't argue with you. You angry? Argue with you?
Hurricane.
Hello?
Look, mama done tricked me.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, Lord. How y'all doing?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, is this Frank?
It is Frank.
Can I be frank with you?
You can be frank with me.
Are you a retard faggot?
No.
Are you sure you're not a faggot retard?
I'm very sure of that.
So how do you know there's no God? How are you such a subject matter expert?
I don't make a claim that there's no God. Try again.
Oh, what claim are you making?
That I don't know if there's a God, but I'm not convinced.
Oh, so your claim is you don't know that there's a God and you're not convinced there's a God. Is that really a claim? Sounds to me something means nothing. Oh! Didn't want it.
Fuck yourself.
Didn't want to do it. Couldn't do it.
If you want to,
Somebody's a little chicken.
have a nice day.
We got anything chicken. We got anything chicken. Bye-bye, Frank.
You're not as interesting, clever as you think you are.
Ooh, like you,
Intoxicated by
Frank.
your own voice and probably other stuff
Ooh,
as well.
projection
As you troll
alert.
around.
Projection alert.
So, not that interesting. Have a good day.
Uh-oh, somebody got a little triggered. Somebody got a little triggered. So watch this. We're going to put a link to the YouTube live stream in the chat. Somebody triggered. Somebody got a little triggered. I can put the link in the chat. Somebody got a little triggered. Somebody got a little triggered. Little triggered. Somebody got a little triggered. little trigger. Somebody got a little trigger. Somebody got a little trigger. Somebody got a little trigger.
Lots of entrepreneurs, open to every subject from what are you right now to how we as a community.
Somebody got a little trigger. Somebody got a little trigger. Got concrete. So CRM.
That's what's on my mind.
Somebody got a little trigger. Somebody got a little. Somebody got a little trigger. Somebody got a little trigger.
Going to be a lot of people in the decentralized market looking to close.
Somebody got a little trigger.
But the real estate CRM.
Somebody got a little trigger.
Things that they need. So maybe if it's niched, I don't know if you want to go in it.
Somebody got a little trigger. Somebody got a little trigger.
I'm an almost.
Somebody got a little trigger.
The answer is yes. Everybody in this space already has their own systems and CRMs. That's the question he is asking.
Like I said, I don't have any customers, so I'm
Somebody got a little trigger.
Yes, we owe you software.
Yes.
Somebody got a little trigger.
It's getting easier every day. So, when it's a pitch, it's like what stand out with your service, but then also I don't want you oversharing. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody got a little trigger. Somebody got a little trigger.
Everybody's got one. I'm just curious, what's the biggest complaints?
Whether it stays updated or interoperability, or maybe could you fire a task off from the dashboard?
You guys. And I imagine you guys are using like sales. Phone burner. Those all have the same problem. Interoperability, I guess you need between.
Somebody got a little trigger. Somebody got a little trigger.
Operating system's going to handle it for you.
Somebody got a little trigger.
Earlier when we started launching room, I said about launching your own Claude office. This is how everyone
or self-hosted operating system.
Yes. Self-hosted operating systems.
Oh, okay. So
we all do.
Okay.
So pretty much, right?
Is based on.
If I know where to roam.
You need to
some real windows.
That very basic.
That.
Answer your question. You can't manage a population by numbers and not. And
I think that's policy, though. That's not foundational to Zionism.
It is because how How can you create a Jewish nation and keep it a Jewish nation if you don't the term?
I think a future by an state is still Jewish character, no? Like, still.
Which that's very, very different. And any eccentric state, especially of is bound to end up morally. I mean, can't man population.
That's correct. That the fact that he
rejects the concept of an Islamic republic as much as a church and state to be separated.
That's the point. But what I'm saying is the whole concept of only have to
but theoretically, neither is Islam claim to only for Jews. Yeah, that's the opposite of what they. This is how they wash.
It used to be called Persia. There's a reason the Shah at that time changed the name from Persia to Iran because Iran Persians. The Iranian diaspora called themselves Persian. That's fine. You can be ethnic Persian. Many Arabs, many Armenians, many Kurdish cities live in Iran. So that why they changed the country from Iraq so that you get into the same.
But they changed it to Islamic.
So they changed it to that happened like 70 years.
Yeah, but adding the Islamic Republic after that is doing the exact horseshoe theory.
System could disagree with it. Does not mean that only.
Again, I agree. Yeah. The same goes for Zionism. I uphold any group, whether it's based on religion or ethnicity, above all others. You use it again. Once you, not to mention the fact that not separating church from state is a bad thing to begin with, but especially if you're trying to incorporate into this authoritarian regime. It doesn't matter which it is. I believe in full separation of churches for everybody.
What do you think of this idea that because it's constrained in Lebanon and Gaza and Iran? I saw the Israeli government tweeted about Turkey being linked to Hamas. It seems priming the population. Priming the population for friends.
They will never fight. Turkey is one of the biggest partners. That's what I think.
To its logical end, what happens after they Palestine and divide up and give the highest bill?
In Palestine, I mean that they will look the way while Israel continues to annex, expel, exterminate, genocide Palestinians.
I mean, I think they sold Israel too. I don't think Israel has. I don't know. It looks like I don't know if they're gonna get their level.
They're going to scapegoat at the form of Ben-Gvir, a switch, or it might be Bibi, because like I predicted, we saw a big chunk of Zionists that they're going to back. We can talk to them. They sold Palestine. And until somebody shows me otherwise, I will not stop saying it. Fuckers, the entire fucking world sold Palestine for the millionth fucking time. And everybody, there's not front in Palestine. They talk about everything, and I'm not accusing Lebanese, not accusing or Syrians. I'm saying, let's not be the world has suddenly saved Palestine from the occupation of Zionism. It has not.
We're standing together.
that you can talk and we barely understand the nuance.
I mean, I think the room's kind of down, so I just wonder if you think there's and we
I
can.
don't know. I don't have an opinion yet. I'm so debate. The room clears out because it's no longer a spectacle with a pinata to punch one side or the other. The room clears out when you start talking about truth. Nobody cares about truth or the actual reality.
Earlier we were talking about, I was pointing parallel, I'd like to hear your view on this, but to chase phantom enemies, and that's how we find our reinforced Judaism, because we don't have any other way to distinguish ourselves from our non-Jewish neighbors. We're not like observant, right? In Israel, you're missionariness. Right? And I think Israel has shown this pattern of when it's constrained in one of its fronts of going into a new area where there is no enemy and threat, just and by like creating it out of, you know what I mean? And I just saw, and I didn't take like issues for continuity and wanting to preserve some sense of
those words,
unique
yes.
identity, finding enemies. If that's an app.
You can say that politicians like Netanyahu hold on to his political power and because it's a diversion or whatever, but I don't think the fact that the social sphere is manufactured, yes, I agree. That's a motivation behind most Zionists, not the religious one. It's more this.
I mean, that's weeks away, right? This is a phantom threat that was created by Netanyahu.
Yeah, but Netanyahu, you know how country laughs at the threat.
But now they support the war, they believe it. So suddenly they've been conditioned. Like,
to play this, like, say, it has nothing because they would flank him from the right, like, to go again to be that doesn't matter. They're all the same, all that. So we need to talk in terms of on one side of the Israel society. They're just as complicit in it. That's my problem with it. It's not, but it's across the board.
I think pathology, adoption, Jews in general, post Holocaust, that we were.
But then we justify. It's not the enemies.
Right? In America, we've enjoyed a level of prosperity that we've never before anywhere in the world. 50 years, there's zero discrimination. There's zero even institutional barriers, right? And we've just a definition in order to create hatred, because without it, not only does Zionism not exist, but secular diaspora Judaism doesn't exist, and so linked to haters and posts and like someone, the mayor of New York City's wife, like on October 7, because all we have to ourselves.
Yeah, this is Zionist doctrine. The entire idea, and you can see this in the state of Israel, is Zionism is aimed at placing Judaism. Is so important. This is why the flag is essentially designed to look like the Taliban. The flag. This is why the parliament is called Knesset, because Judaism is the Zionist state. You annex is a symbol. That becomes religion. And a way to actually ignore what Judaism really is.
Yeah.
Did we fix the world?
I think we did. I think we solved it. That was actually really beautiful what you did with Daniel. Like, you asked him a trick question, laid a trap, and he walked right into it.
Yeah, it's easy with
That before, a few times.
Yeah, once you get the hang of it,
I mean, the whole thing is stupid, everyone, when it's convenient, you link the two, and it's not, you don't link the two, and we need to just hold complex truths and not be so binary about it.
Yeah, and don't help.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna clear the stage so we can get other people up.
Okay. See you around. Ellie, get up here. I want to talk to you.
Daniel's since I think you were thinking milk and most got a Muslim like
I think he's being honest. I'm more on a Hasbara campaign.
In adultery of all.
Yeah, we talked about it many times.
So it's very. Look, what do you think about American Israel has talk demography of Israel amongst Americans? There was recently come out with this survey talking about over 60% of Americans have a negative view towards Israel. So I thought it's because what's happening in the certain
I have
bodies.
a better stat for you, Soren. The Washington Post poll recently polled American Jews across the country. Some think war crimes committed in Gaza. 40% think it's genocide. That is a huge number when historically American Jews have overwhelmingly supported Israel.
Exactly. So I was looking at the chart and why they have actually shifted, and I realized that most of the people that asked this question, majority of the people in negative view are under the age of 45, and those people still have a view toward Israel regardless of what happened. But mainly boomer generation.
Because they remember a different Israel, by the way, Soren. Exactly. They remember when Israel actually had existential threats and wasn't backed by a world power, right? They were once existentially threatened. Now they're not. And they don't realize that they're the giants. They think they're still they think they're David. They don't realize they're Goliath.
I think that what my understanding was they probably see Israel through the lens of Holocaust. That back there was things happening in Europe. That's why
if you're a small content creator,
Israel for them. But now the generations after, they were past the map. The Israel,
Yeah,
and that's why the shift. Hang on a second. They're worried that no one can like.
Yeah, it's David becoming Goliath and not realizing Goliath, basically. What's going on with you? How you been?
Not bad.
Yes. You like the title of the room?
What is there to like? What to dislike?
I don't know. No thoughts. No riffing. No crying in the room.
Listen, I know your content. You're not surprising me.
Okay. We're talking about the phantom anti-Semitism and this maladaptive nature of post-war Jews to even when we're flourishing, try to find haters and hates in obscure places.
Look, as soon as you will figure out the discrepancy between how Americans, for example, react and view Russia and Russians versus how they view and react to Israel and Israelis, when you figure that shit out, we will be able to have like a real discussion on the matter. Before that, like it's all, pushing air, boring.
That's actually a very interesting perspective, Ellie. I want your perspective. This is not a.
We talked about it before.
He just told you. Are you not listening? You just don't like what you're hearing, huh? A little pushback's difficult.
I don't
remember the discussion. I don't remember that we had this exact discussion, but I'm going to be open and just give you the floor to bring it up.
How the media
reverse pictures, you will see boomers who understand who Russians are versus a young population kind of glorify Putin and whatever Russia and see them as like victims of American hegemony or something.
Yeah, fair enough. But I criticize Russia, and I'm concerned with the maladaptive nature. But I think we're looking at the poll, at least of just American Jews. The vast majority also feel a little some attachment to Ukraine and Russia and Eastern European, all of our history, right? I think most American Jews who criticize Israel are the same people who criticize Russia.
I don't get comfortable at all.
Okay.
You try to sneak in irrelevant points. We're talking about how the media portrays and the general interest of the actual non-Jewish population.
Okay. Thanks for specifying that.
Never had one lesson. Another 2 for 2.
Disparity to treatments in the media between Russia and Israel.
Both media.
Listen, I concede on that. I don't.
Another 2 for 2.
What do you mean?
So I personally, as much as I love Ukraine and have roots in the Eastern European region, I'm more emotionally invested in the story of Israel-Palestine, right?
But again, you are a Jew, okay? So you claim that you have whatever. I'm talking about the fucking average American that you said, research shows that the relationship and the fact that Russia had like several cities in Ukraine turned into much worse tension than, for example, Gaza. Okay, they killed God knows about how many people they killed. God knows how many of their own population at this point. And those same people do not give a fuck.
So the criticism of the media's airtime and the ink that's spilled on Israel versus Russia and other conflicts. I mean, South Sudan is also a way more horrific situation that nobody's talking about as much.
Again, you can excuse the South Sudan by it being like in a place where nobody cares. Okay, you can say that you can compare Israel and Ukraine and kind of both are kind of
world powers.
World powers.
Fine, okay. I'll hand you that. But the disproportionate. You can criticize the amount of.
She's gonna hand you that. She's gonna hand you that.
Similar horror stories, right? And I think that's a bad point, Ellie, right? But that's that doesn't change the criticisms, right? It has no relevance.
We are not talking about the criticisms. I'm on the side of Israel and I'm on the side of Ukraine, okay? So the criticism, you can have whatever criticism that you want. That's not the point.
No, you're just shifting public opinion, and you're saying it's
projection alert. The projection alert detection system has been activated.
Idiots, okay? And media who survey the situation are complete hypocrites. Amateurs, but not amateurs. I don't know.
Most people and they should go
projection alert detection has been activated.
You could have this conversation with me. I'm not discounting the fact that Israel is
it's typically considered whatever.
Another.
consistently. Like people have taken us for different reasons.
The Jews Israelis, if you do not subscribe to them, offer your own.
Present his point is.
No, I told you that's what I think is.
What is it?
Political.
You fucking socialists. Things. Yeah. Well,
Okay, how is the media? It's in fascist socialist?
No, you are socialist. Okay, sorry, you're fine.
What is socialist? Moderate. I'm just doing social democracy. I get a bunch of like different articles about this.
So can you explain Islamofascism to me?
No.
What?
I try to be nice.
But I'm a fellow Jew. Educated.
I know that. Is it give me a definition? It refuses Google to try to get a definition. Done with you. I mean, it's
אוקיי, בגדול. זה אבל תחשבי, את צריכה איך האוקראינים הרוסים הם קוראים להם רשיסטים, פשיזם רוסי. אין שם חופש ביטוי, הם לא יכולים, יש להם...
Eli.
He's bald, bitch!
I know all about Islamofascism. I know all about the Green Belt. I'm just really curious in here because I was surprised when you say I don't label it anti-Semitism. That was curious, but that's my bad because I should have expected you to attack it from the Islamophobic angle. So that's your argument, Islamophobia.
Wait, what is Islamophobia?
How do you explain the theory? Yeah.
Islamofascism basically means the kind of Islamic to do fascism in the whole Islamic world. It's how they treat their own people, it's how they treat other ethnic minorities, other ethnicities, and so on and so on. And it's a pattern of thought.
You know what? I will agree.
And that applies to all.
I want to agree with him. He's right. He's correct. The Islam countries, they expel Muslims and they treat them shit like what they did to the Jews like 80 years ago. He's right about that. But unfortunately, he's also part of the wars. I think you believe in Taqiyya, right? You're the one who believes in Taqiyya, correct?
No, I do not believe. No, I believe in Taqiyya.
No, he's not that kind of Zionist. Don't worry. He is.
Okay.
Does Islamofascism, Ellie, in your mind, does it apply to all Muslims? Is it like inherent to Islam?
It does not apply to all Russians. It's just how their society in general is. What do you
an institution religion? For example, fashion manifest sometimes sometimes.
that Israel, the rule of Benjamin Netanyahu became more fascistic. I agree with that. Where would Israeli society
what I mean is that it's the fact that the fascists, but in fact, those same tendencies and practices have been the root of this country since its birth, only not against Jews. It's the first time.
But I don't see the
It's the first time. Why not? This is exactly the problem.
No. But again, this is just the conversation.
Fascism. Why not talk about fascism?
Because this is not the point of the conversation. AKA, I do not agree with that.
Why? You claim in nature. I understood you. Didn't you say that's how their societies?
I said that this manifests themselves today.
What do they have in common?
What do they? They and that. That thing they. That thing they and that. That thing they and that. That they are that the fascists. That the Zionist Jewish fascism is that Islamofascism they don't know but that they doing.
Are labeled fascistic.
Hello?
First of all, you have semi-Islamic countries who are much less on the fascistic gradation.
When I asked you, does it apply to all Muslims? You said, well, that's what their society is.
That's what they say. They don't know
I
that.
asked you, does that apply to all Muslims? You said, well, that's what all society.
That's what they say.
Point to the least fascistic Islamic country.
Turkey. Or no,
Turkey is considered a secular state.
Hey, listen, if you point to Turkey as the least fascistic
Did you hear me justify the existence of Islamic countries? I believe all countries need to be separated. I think church and state is a bad thing across the board. I think that any authoritarian, I think that any autocratic regime is going to end up any way other than fascist.
We have been talking about the cause. Okay, the cause.
What cause?
The cause of the changing.
My cause is liberating Palestine. What cause are you?
We're having two different conversations here.
Listen, I had a nice conversation with Buttercup. Like you try to pull the conversation to something that it's your.
Are you not interested in having a conversation with a fellow Israeli?
What?
Listen.
No.
I'm your countrywoman.
No.
Okay, so congratulations, Asma.
No, but Ali, I wanted you to meet her too because she's very interesting and you're very interesting. She's an you're an out-of-the-box Zionist, and I think you guys would have an interesting dialogue about it.
This is boring for me. Again, like
Why is it boring?
Because I heard this a million times. Okay,
you heard what? The what? What shtick? What is my shtick?
About all Muslims, such a separation of church and state. So first of all, and by the way, your tendency to kind of subscribe me to things that I haven't said and do not believe in. Like, come on.
Okay, approaches with both sides. Ali is
boring, not interesting. And the fact that Baraka has to defend.
What is my shtick, Ellie?
You had been subscribing me, okay, to whatever notions that you have.
Like the classic Zionist narrative. Talking point.
No, I literally repeated your own words. When I asked you, it does apply to all Muslims, your response is in their societies, right? I specifically asked you. You could have said.
I told you that the manifest fascism.
So I make the distinction and say, well, some Islamic societies can become fascist. Exactly. Islam and fascism to be one thing.
No,
How
I told you.
How no? If
give him a chance to clarify at least. Give him a chance to clarify.
The comprehension of like a third grader is obnoxious.
You said
fascist, for example. So apparently, only Muslims can be fascist. apparently all the Islamic
fascism, but all Muslims are fascist. Is that the diagram we're on with now?
And this is subscribing to something I have just reading comprehension.
All the Muslim you're losing today, honey.
He's losing the date, honey.
Countries are fascist. And when I ask which is the least fascist country,
Okay, let's
Turkey.
let me address this. Wait. Saying all Muslim countries, all Muslim countries are fascist. אומר שכל מדינות האסלאם, אתה אומר שכל המדינות האסלאמיות הן תורמת לכולם. What is, then okay, explain to me. This is the way I understand it. When you say all Muslim countries, when you say all Muslim, when you say all Muslim countries, and I'm asking if it's not Islam that you're indicating as the common denominator, what is the common denominator making all of them fascist? Muslim countries, I have to assume you're blaming Islam.
Well, don't assume. Ask him.
No,
I said.
If anything, for example, I blame probably a culture more than Islam, because the are less fascistic.
Never gonna happen ever.
Yeah.
But again,
so it's not Islamofascism. It's not Islamofascism. There's a culture. It's a power cult in Middle East. So first of all, we got the Islamophobic thing. So let's move on. Use because that promote hate speech and homophobia.
Israeli guy on this side of the argument who doesn't believe in the wholesale of the anti-Semitism argument.
Neither do I. You have no problem, but you have no problem with place. So generally speaking, with anti-rhetoric and anti-Muslim rhetoric, you think it's fine. It's not something none of us should reject. Okay. Somebody says that all Jews drink baby blood on top.
Say when you say shit that are not true.
Like Islam fascism.
I don't think
we just established that when you say it's fascism, create a correlation. You correct us.
As you're doing a lot of things.
See how you trip your own word. See how it's done. It's really easy.
No.
See, Daniel's in the other room crying. Daniel crying.
It's not okay.
He attributed the beliefs to him. Maybe he misunted it away.
So he just corrected. More than everything. Then when I said,
hello?
If you ask me which is
you said all Muslims.
I think they actually found us in the world.
All my countries are fascistic, and we've done that. Okay.
No, I agree. We did agree on that. I just engaged in it because that's not the conversation I'm interested in. Denominator between these countries. I want to know what is the common denominator that you put together.
Last fascistic country in Turkey.
What is
One second. Listen, let me say something. I think that there, as you know, both really smart people, that many
Oh, really?
why
I don't know about.
right? And to choose one cause is overrealistic. We're not gonna right now solve why specific countries are or not. I don't think it's constructive. Okay, at least as he doesn't know why. We don't have to. And he certainly can't attribute it to one factor. That's we're not.
That's what he does. He does Islamofascism.
That's what he does.
And that's why he declared he walked it back.
I didn't walk it back.
There you go. He did walk it back.
As a libertarian who wants to use whatever words
he said when he says it's no different than saying any other blood libel about Judaism. And allowing it to go out and challenge the same thing as that blood libel against Jews go unchallenged. I'm sorry, word that is acceptable to be used. Okay. You're labeling 1.8 billion people as inherent fascists.
Listen, earlier today we were hung up on the monsters. Okay, when we get to the
monsters, I use Jew, Muslim, Christian, Buddhist. Rhetoric leads to?
I think we're missing the.
No, we're not. We're not. We're watching, and this is exactly how.
Do you have an expression here in the forest despite the tree? You're missing the big picture here, right?
I know. So, society, because we ignore shit like that. We allow them to. We allow them to label Aravito net. We get away with. So what's the song? No, it's.
Are you finished?
Anybody wants to object to that?
He goes off on the fascist Muslims, and I don't know if you lived in Arab countries before.
Have you ever lived in an Arab country?
He lives in
Do not talk about it! Don't be specific.
Ellie is sensitive to fascism from growing up in the former Soviet Union, right? Ellie, I feel like his perspective is a little different than coming from this sort of classic Zionist narrative about demonizing the Arab world. Would Ellen jump in?
Listen, I'm tired arguing with people. I don't know, when shit will come down.
Stupid people? Honey, you're the only one having a tantrum. How am I stupid? Do you want to debate other things with me? Come on, I dare you. Pick a topic.
You dare me.
I dare you. Pick a topic. Pick a topic, honey.
If you dare me,
I dare you. Pick a topic. You want to talk about the green belt? Do you want to talk about what the Buddhist? Do you want to talk about the genocide? Do you want to talk about the starvation policy? Do you want to talk about annexing the West Bank? Do you want to talk about what they do in Silwan?
Okay, so
do you want to talk about what they did in Taipei or Tel Aviv? Do you? No. There's a reason you don't want to talk about it.
What happened in Ukraine?
Oh,
he wants to talk about the disparity in the attention.
I'm sorry, don't you live in Israel? Are you not aware that there is a genocide happening in your name?
So, okay, that's what you think?
No, that's not what I think. It's what the scholars and experts think, not me.
Oh, scholars. Okay.
Yes. You don't want to talk about it. Why?
We've debated it many times.
I do not want to talk with you because you're stupid, and I don't see the point talking with two people.
Okay, no ad hominem.
Having to explain this for the 10th time.
Again, when you go to an ad hominem, you're shown to the room that you lost your argument. You're embarrassing yourself.
Expressing my preference to who want to speak and to who don't want to speak.
You're not wanting to speak with me is you're stupid. Like a 4-year-old.
Argument. I'm just giving you my reason.
Saying you're stupid is the reason of a 4-year-old. Kind of need a better reason than that.
Anyway, I think the point Ellie was trying to make is he is confused. He's been long confused about why people who have negative views of Israel are not similarly fixated with Iraq.
You are being confused because you don't have your own
My own what?
theory.
Theory about why people are more fixated on Israel? I do have a theory. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Okay. So historically, if you follow Jewish history, Jews have always been news, and since the founding of Israel, the story of Israel is a very riveting story, which is why listen, I work in the media, and I know what makes an interesting story, and the Jews are an interesting story, objectively. Right? These people who were chased out of, persecuted and murdered, and chased out of every country, then by some miracle created a state, and then by some miracle survived all these attacks from people, from their neighbors, right? And because we spent billions of dollars in extra on their years, as an extra layer of relevance to okay?
No, but what you were saying.
But in the case of Ukraine, we're giving it to in the case of giving it to the purpose.
Anti-Semitism, but without calling it anti-Semitism yourself.
I'm sending a screenshot. I think this might be an interesting topic, especially because where I'm hosting the people from there on the space side, but it's a completely new paradigm that's being suggested of a demilitarized national. So one. If I think that
a binational demilitarized
well,
confederacy.
Israelis, and I think it might be an interesting new kind of
conflict. The Palestinians are gone. Oh, actually, Samud is here. Yeah. Okay. It's like such a small. It's kind of, we're like closing soon, so I don't know if it's our new big topic. This kind of was gonna wrap up this thing.
Nice way to disrupt the conversation and pull it again to her.
I just think it's a bit more interesting than the things that we talked about again and again.
So maybe you can finish.
This is just an ongoing conversation for a long, long time, and I'm that he still hasn't heard my view on it. I think we talked about what makes something an interesting news story, right? Ellie, do you recall discussing what makes something news story?
For those of you interested, I put the link to that page in the chat.
Thank you. Cool. The box.
Yes. So there's anti-Semitism because
I mean, this is not quite a blueprint. It's a bunch of bullets.
Page document, but actually, it was written by Simeon Israel. I'm sure you're not involved.
I'm going to get derailed because I just want to finish this conversation with Ellie, and then we can talk about hypothetical binational state, what it might look like, okay? Ellie, are you satisfied? Do you understand why I think?
No. What I'm saying is what you're offering is the good old anti-Semitism claim.
No, I'm explaining what makes something news to be, what makes something interesting.
Yeah, but this is why anti-Semitism was anti-Semitism.
At the end of the day, a good plot is what drives Dostoevsky's novel, right? It's not.
Wait, but why the pogroms? During the pogrom era, why Jews being kicked out of whatever Arab countries? Why not?
They're villains.
Okay, and what is different from what Buttercup is offering now? Why?
What do you think that? Well, we're talking about the
They weren't as good at finding villains back then.
No. First of all, we live in a different media ecosystem, right? And story of Israel story, right? It's a new.
Yeah.
It's a modern story of the last century, okay? And we have linked to it in the West financially, militarily, and countless other ways, because we also are a host to the other large Jewish population. And so as a result, we have we're riveted. We have a mortal fascination with what happens there.
Wait. Do you think that there is such a thing as anti-Semitism, a unique phenomenon?
So, a unique phenomenon, it is unique, yes. But all types of hatred are unique in their own way. Anti-black racism is also unique.
Yeah, of course course it is. I'm not saying it's unique in the sense that there's no other thing that is unique.
But you think it's eternal. You can never get rid of it. It'll always be there. It's a living force.
Let's say
You see it as some mystical force in the universe.
I don't know.
Like magnetism?
You'll have to explain.
You're like the cold heart. You're like the. I'm surprised to hear this from you, Ellie. He really believes in some sort of like mystical, anti-Semitic, evil force in the world that'll never die.
Are you a demon?
Wait.
Yeah.
Do you think
cool.
that
If you think it's eternal, you think it's living, Ellie. You think it's.
I believe that?
Not everything eternal is living.
You think it's eternal, right, Ellie?
Squares are eternal.
No,
they're
I
not
don't
living.
believe. Listen, no, I'm just trying to figure out what you believe in. I don't believe in anti-Semitism.
I think there are social contexts for anti-Semitism. One was the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Was the way Jews, the way our religions evolved, right? And Christianity evolved and separated us. And there was the Enlightenment movement. The Enlightenment, maybe led to the Holocaust. So Christian anti-Semitism died, and it came up in the secular anti-Semitism reared its head. No, it's taken many forms.
Slow down. As I understand,
Doesn't mean it's always.
I didn't hear. Like long you've been having. I heard you say it's definitely not eternal. You explain how long as humanity has been aware.
Calm down.
So
not describe the whole anti-Semitism at all. This is not my topic.
This is the whole.
People who
understand Buttercup. It sounds like you're saying
Stop talking.
it's asking you. Like asking you.
Okay, so when I ask Buttercup about why people are fixating on Israel, okay, I'm assuming that she does believe.
Why not?
1 second. That she does believe in a concept of anti-Semitism, not because I believe it, because I think she does. Okay, and my question to her when she said oh, today it's not anti-Semitism. Okay, I'm asking, okay, what is it? Okay, and what she describes to me sounds awfully what
Living as a nation with a story and a country that we are enmeshed with financially and politically.
You're not realizing that what you're describing is how Jews describe what anti-Semitism is. Is it like his gun?
Interest is not. It's not equivalent. Interest is.
I think you silenced her.
What is not?
Interest is not the same thing as hatred.
Sounds like how.
Being interested in someone is hatred. What are you talking about? I'm interested in you, Ellie. I don't hate you.
No, he's not wrong. A lot of interest is due to anti-Semitism, but
Yeah, it's more about obsession than like interest in.
No, but it's by design, and the people who are attracting it is the Zionists. That they need those anti-Semites to pop up, because otherwise how are they going to justify their existence?
So based upon that, if there were no Zionists, there would be no anti-Semites?
No, there will always be anti-Semites. Zionism was created because of anti-Semitism.
We're not talking about.
But same rhetoric.
But there hasn't been Zionism in reaction to every strain of anti-Semitism.
The good Jews being taken, they're the bad Jews who attract anti-Semitism to the good Jews.
I don't blame good Jew, bad Jew. I don't think people according to the Judaism.
I believe this is not the point. I'm not talking to you. I'm just addressing what you said for Buttercup's sake.
מה עשיתי לך?
כלום, ככה את מתחממת. את מתחממת ואת לא חושבת כמו שצריך. ואת לא קונסיסטנטית, את מכנסה מילים לפה.
אני הכי קונסיסטנטית, פשוט כזה חלק מאוד. Honey, I know I have difficulty.
Honey.
לא כיף לדבר איתך.
I'm not fun to talk with because I have truth and facts and you don't get to
No,
lie.
it's because you're a highly annoying person and an extremely annoying person, honey.
עוד יותר לא כיף.
And your facts are all propaganda and lies.
I'm here to shame you. I'm here to shame you. I'm not here to make you feel good.
תאמיני לי, הרבה אנשים ניסו להציל אותי.
I didn't say save you, I said shame you.
שיימי, כפרה, גם זה עשו לי, תאמיני לי, שום מחדש.
תתבייש.
מה האמת על זונה עם זין? בקיצור, כמה.
Did you just admit it to being a whore?
מה? הבנת הנשמע, באמת.
כן, מאיימת, איך מאיימת על זונה עם זין תופס פה המשפט הזה, נו באמת, אלי.
אין לי כוח עליך. כמה פעמים צריך להגיד לך?
I know.
תודה.
I ruined your fun.
All right, moving on.
Oh yeah, we really got. Yeah. Anyway, so back up.
So repelled by emeralds. I'm curious. What is it about her that's on it?
The smell.
Do you know any sort of the Zionist anti?
Okay, this is boring. This is the boring conversation. It's a boring topic for me. It's not what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
Then what are you interested in?
I talk about what I'm interested in. You're interfering.
I tried to be part of the conversation and you yelled at me.
No, you're trying to.
They're coming out with another Toy Story sequel.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
What you're interested in, and I can sense it, and I know what you're doing, and no, it's not.
No, I actually.
All right, well, don't be so antsy about it. Let the conversation flow. Wait for your angle, and then jump in and
I
take whatever
dropped
you
it.
want.
I
Just like she
didn't
did.
push my topic, right?
Anyway, back it up.
So whiny.
I'm getting back to the fact that
Jews are white.
Sounds awfully like what Jews historically describe it as.
Not all of them.
So I don't understand why. Listen, people in the pro-Pally movement are. It's not what I'm talking about. You're talking about the media and the media's decision and the way they're covering Israel in contrast to other conflicts, especially one that's very similar, which is Ukraine and Russia, where we do have a stake in it, right?
Listen, the media just does what brings money mostly, be it.
So I work in the media, and and as I've explained to you many times, Ellie, but I think it's going one ear out the other.
I don't care. This is not my point.
Ellie, you know there's a church and state. There's a church and state between the money side and the report side. We don't make decisions what to report based on money. We make a decision on people's interests and what's a good story, right?
Yeah, because the paid articles.
And I believe that in Santa Claus. So
do you think it's some vast conspiracy?
It was taken over by ads that are disguised to look like articles.
That's called market capitalism, and media companies are companies who participate in market capitalism. And stories are written based on what interests people, and if you don't subscribe to that, you have a bridge to sell it.
But what interests people ultimately makes money because people want to read interesting news.
Thank you.
So why people's interest hate? You interpret people. Okay.
Hey, people are talking about it.
My point is with that said, journalists do have a political leaning and the media company have a the day, the relation, what can be sold them, okay, what interests them, what grabs attention. So the question to me is how about Gaza and Israel grab people attention. It's a very simplified version of it. How do you explain it? The way that you so far describe it sounds a lot like what Jews call anti-Semitism.
Jews don't say a moral fascination is anti-Semitism.
Yes, no, they do. Ask a Jew here.
Morbid fascination is anti-Semitism.
They actually do.
What is that supposed to
I'm
mean?
morbidly fascinated by Israel. I'm morbidly fascinated.
But what he's trying to say is that it's the no Jews, no news kind of narrative.
Exactly, which is not anti-Semitism.
It is.
No, it's not.
Let's ask.
But the point is, Jewish exceptionalism. Both it's a two-edged sword. Exceptionalism is responsible for both and both anti-Semitism. That's the problem with it.
I said I'm not supporting exceptionalism that Jews are.
Neither of them matter.
I think He's trying to say that this whole grab a knife. No Jews, no news is what Buttercup is. Feels a little anti-Semitic. Hold on.
I'm not advocating for it.
I know, I get it. I'm at least acknowledging that that's the argument you're bringing. But if I'm trying to
argument.
understand,
It's just a fact of life. It's been that for.
So you're claiming that one of the reasons that people are super interested in covering the whole Palestine Gaza genocide is because of the Jewish aspect. Now, what Ellie's saying is this is the Zionist argument when it comes to this. But he, I think, is claiming, and on this I'll agree with him, that it actually roots in many other reasons, like Islamophobia, like anti-immigration, like white versus brown, West versus the global South, not necessarily the Jews versus the Muslim.
That's exactly the point I was making, Ambrose. I said,
okay, so I think this is what Ali didn't I know this is what you think. This is why I kind of went on Otef road. I think he doesn't understand that that's what you're trying to say.
The story of Israel is objectively an interesting story for one, geopolitical reasons, two, our domestic policy and politics reasons, three, just the story of Jews is genuinely a moving story of twists and drama and peaks and falls.
But it's not because of that. Israel is considered to be look at it as a gladiator battle. It is the West, the white, Palestine is the brown, the Muslim, the non-Judeo-Christian. It becomes a representation. So everybody.
But you're really describing a fight poster marketing.
But it's not the
It's a marketing fight.
necessarily Jewish. The fact that Israel is considered to be the white Western representative in this.
What's his name? Amir projects his Al-Aqsa fantasies onto it, right? Everyone.
What does he know about
Amir?
Did he work at Al-Aqsa? Why does he give a shit about Al-Aqsa?
This is why we say that when people shove the whole narrative, they're doing the Zionist job for them. Zionists really want this to be a war. But the fact is that it's not. Yes, this is how they create anti-Semitism. But the fact is, oh my God, McZaddy, can you please talk about to be a war?
Okay.
I think what Ellie was trying to say, and Ellie can correct me, is that this Palestine-Israel genocide occupation is often looked at as a representation of a battle between white and brown, West or global South, so on and so forth.
That's just marketing.
He's interested in why we care more about Israel than...
I hate when you try to say what I'm trying to say. You are so fucking atrociously awful.
Alright, just explain yourself. Go. The mic is yours.
What?
The mic is yours. Go clarify.
It's probably fascist with the Marx, with the social, and again about the.
There's in my heart.
Alright, we killed it. We beat a dead horse.
There's in my love for you.
Is it from...
Fascist and
this now.
We're so Marxists.
Said the citizen of the Zion state.
So how this kind of fashion over through and you know
we heard you.
That's right. Revisionist Zionist perspective of the Islamo-fascist coup together with the Marxists.
Alright, it's just evolved in calling.
Yeah.
Stop using hate speech.
Islamo-fascist, you think that's hate speech?
Nazi.
Anyway, Ellie has the baby? How's are they talking?
Mm-hmm. No, what?
I said, how's the kiddo? Are they talking yet? Are they Babel? Hebrew or Russian? What language are you talking?
Mostly Hebrew.
Mostly Hebrew. Are you trying to do bilingual things, Russian?
Yeah, but it's like media in English and all the.
Yeah, that works. It's good in like different settings, you know, because they can compartmentalize, you know.
He's very smart. And he's very funny.
So he speaks. Ever just had to.
Yeah.
Нет, мужчинский голос.
Да, понял?
Это мужчинский голос.
Мужчинский голос?
Да.
I have to see more on this. Can you have like a document you follow it up with?
The thing is that the big document located the web in Hebrew and in Arabic. Can you make it with the Hebrew one?
Yeah. Like Google Translate. Is it a PDF file?
Yeah, it's a PDF file.
Don't use Google. Okay. It's like you can check it yourself.
Yeah.
I have profound respect
But
for
I specifically. It's short enough to read, and I'm interested to get opinions.
Okay, so this is a tested security. What we've learned. Who?
So one homeland organization was Israelis and Palestinians, non-intercept them to genocide, and this is their shortened bullet point about mutual security. That's their topic.
Okay, this group is called a Link for All Israelis who share a simple but transformative vision. Two democratic sovereign states in Palestine linked together in a collaboration with gradual. I think I've seen something.
Yeah,
right?
I spoke to you before, probably because I'm hosting them this Friday.
This is there's an older version where basically there's two governments, but they allow.
You've seen that before.
Is this a new plan or?
I think the document relatively new. I think before that they were drafted differently.
Yeah, I think this is almost like a hybrid between 1 and 2 states, right? It gives
exactly. It's it talks about it as an intermediate, not yet, but read it for everybody. Not talk over.
Okay, so here's what it says. They don't believe work is separation, which has impoverished Palestinians and demonized their public institutions while failing to deliver security to Israelis. What it does work is economic opportunity. What also works is mutual cooperation. And then they outline what they propose. While both would consider partnership, managing shared intelligence, and cooperating to prevent violence and bring truth to justice. Underpinned by a strong joint institution charged with serving both publics, not controlling them, and by guarantees from trust and security would rapidly replace with internal forces within the state of Palestine. Freedom of movement, residents across the Israeli-Palestinian border would be phased in gradually to minimize security threats and economic shocks. Cooperation to address external threats would be embedded within a regional security framework. Beginning, Israel should be pressed to revive its security paradigm and focus on individual threats emanating from each side, not collective restrictions on the side. All right, I like it.
So I add a small portion that's not written here. What they talk about is two sovereign nations where you can be with open borders. You can be a citizen of Israel or a citizen of Palestine, but you reside in each territory. If you're, for example, a Palestinian citizen that chooses to live in Israel territory, you will get a residential right. You can vote for a municipal, but general elections, you vote for Israel government. And both take away of settlements and all that. Of course, it includes a full right of return.
Actually, it sounds beautiful. Can we talk on the topic of
Brody was the one who introduced me to this, and I didn't even know this was out there. But it's been
I will say I will say that one of the most important to me parts of this that doesn't appear in this specific portion is at the very beginning where they talk about mutual recognition, which effectively means that we all recognize the threat. But it's a compromise I'm willing to make, that both Palestinians and Jews have a right to live in their ancestral land. Even though I dislike the symmetry being portrayed, it can appease Zionists enough, and it might be a price worth. That is, and the other thing I have with them is that I did not find the part where they talk about actual justice being applied. But generally speaking, what do you think?
Okay, so here's my question for you, Emrose. Is it bringing it up because it's gaining some traction? Because people have brought this up before and it's seen as unrealistic, right?
Okay. This is exactly the Confederacy is talking about. Their initiative.
As like a viable path forward, pragmatic path forward. Is getting traction be the Omar Bar talk?
Really? The child that I'm holding actually made one of ending together a local party Dorset. So if that's the case, that changes the entire paradigm. This is why I'm trying to collect.
Okay, yeah, interesting. Yes, for flagging it. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, I heard about this and I was like really.
Brody does opinions. It can. I'm really.
So, okay, he's like a Zionist, but he's like,
Brody, but it's impossible to pin him down.
But he's the one who told me about this plan. You know, he thought it was like a little bit of a pipe dream, a little bit of a long shot, right? But he
a little bit is like statement of the year.
Listen, at least it's a
it's something that the international community can get behind and impose on Israel.
You think so?
Yeah,
you have. He's right. She's no.
I'm just making it bad.
Yeah, that's it.
We're in the Neged Ritzach room, okay? So like.
They don't even recognize the genocide, and they probably celebrate.
Who are you talking to?
Who's this?
Not you, Bao.
Bao.
Drama queen. Okay.
Bao.
He used to be. He's just an idiot. He's like a provocative Jew. He criticizes Israel. He's a little bit of a Nazi though. He embraces some whites.
Ooh.
Fuck the Jews.
Like he's a little bit in the. He's a little bit too on the. He's a little too online. So we absorb your seas, but he is critical of Israel and solve the Zions are. Like he kind of doesn't care about the else.
No. Maybe that. Let's rephrase it.
It's not a coherent view.
I am more lead to be a proponent of physically in we live in today. Proponent of America first.
Oh dear God.
Spiritual. Am I? What? I live here. I was born here. I was here. This is my.
Makes sense.
America. So. But yeah.
I think for
Are you against the genocide?
That doesn't sound like a Nazi.
Are you against the genocide?
Am I what?
Against the genocide.
We define genocide.
Are you against what's happening
Creating
in Gaza?
conditions of life aimed at the destruction of a population in whole or in part.
Are they indigenous?
Okay, so he's one of those.
One of those. Can't even get with them.
It will interesting if this plan takes traction.
Oh, it's gonna get action. I'm sure international demilitarized action force.
Yes, a genocide. Support it. That's the box. You're either with us against humanity.
Or you're against us. You're either anti-Zionist or you're Zionist.
One of those
You're part of the problem.
Yes.
What if I don't even not intelligent enough?
That's right. Your ignorance is part of the problem. Ignorant problem maker.
What if I am not intelligible enough to make a decision or to have an opinion for those?
You just did.
Well, then you're just ignorant and explain stupidity. You're a stupid, ignorant troublemaker.
Didn't you just say I'm Salchai?
You have to
He did. Like a stupid, ignorant
It's
troublemaker.
not inherently offensive to say Jews should live.
No, but you know exactly what that stands for, so that's why I continue to ask.
I'm sorry, one second. I'm Yisrael Chai offensive.
In order to make sure, I asked him about the genocide. Did I or did I not ask you about the genocide?
Figured it out.
Did I or did I not ask you about the genocide?
Is that a dog whistle then?
Yes. Yeah, I guess a genocide or you're not.
Right. Okay? Some people are just allowed to be morons if they want.
You have to
that you exist.
I represent my country, United States, and I fly the American flag.
He hates Iraq. He hates our American Israel meddling in our politics.
I don't care. It doesn't matter if you're American, Japanese,
all the time.
Either stand against murdering 22,000 children, or you're not.
I got a better one for you, Ambrose. What if I'm Puerto Rican?
Doesn't matter. Are you human?
Then you are the problem.
Are you human? Do you believe there's any justification for starving any child anywhere ever?
What if I were to surprise you and tell you that I'm actually in the film?
It has nothing to do. I asked you whether you think there is justification for starving children anywhere, everywhere. No. Then why are you not speaking against what's being done in Gaza? Starving children.
Starving children in America too.
Because that's the only.
America
that's
also
wrong.
has starving children, okay?
That's wrong.
We're going to protect every starving child.
That's wrong. But
and he's America first, so he's worried about America's children.
Shouldn't we focus on starving children?
That's fine. This is why I asked him. I didn't ask him why he's not acting against the genocide. Does he support it, or does he, or is he against it?
Apathetic.
And his response. And his response was, "What is a genocide?" I gave you the definition of a genocide. You still didn't.
I'm borderline. I have no idea what's going on.
This is how, because side is children, 22 dead murdered children. You talk about Nephilim and jokes. This is how I know which box to put you in. See how easy it was?
Wow.
Come on.
Right.
He's in the retard boxes. The retard.
Talk about jokes. We talk about very specific.
We all care about children. There are starving children over the world.
I just exemplified how easy it was to put him in the box. That's it.
What if I care about black kids dying? What if I care about black kids dying? A disproportionate amount of African Americans.
That's very good.
Why do you care, Emerald? Why are you concerned about it? Why aren't you talking anymore?
I do care, but
Now I'm very urgent here. Why don't you?
It's not in my name with my tax dollars.
Are you not a member of West? Do you not hold the delivery of the translation?
I am objectively trying to get as many people, especially right now in the Jewish diaspora, to openly become anti-Zionist. So
help the African.
Sanction Israel. The best chance I have, America finally rejected. This is why I spend my time talking to idiots like you.
How will that help the African?
Is that a good enough answer, Val?
That's a perfect answer. And
You're like berating him for caring about his own domestic issues.
No, I didn't.
That's
I
right.
was berating him for mocking genocide and asking what
You
is
didn't mock
genocide. Then I asked you, are you against it, or I asked you, are you against it? And you asked me, what is the genocide? I answered you, and you still didn't say
He's a trans maiden.
Listen, Sean hyperfixated Israel's anti-Semitism a minute ago. Okay, that was not in Israel. He only does his own shit about American shit. What?
So he
He's
doesn't
the
talk about
Palestine.
Buttercup accuses him of Nazism.
So he doesn't talk about Israel, Palestine.
He kind of does shit now.
Yeah, he was clear from the beginning. He doesn't care.
He's the only one not fixated on it. Finally, I mean, not
That's not the only one. You people just
the only person in the world who's not an anti-Semite.
But you're here to talk to Jews?
Yeah, sure. What's up?
Hold on. I do want to tell you that I do validate all your concerns and all the tragedies you endure. But I do care about you. I care about you immensely. I think you're a wonderful person, and I think you're beautiful inside now. The fact that you care really upholds who you are. And I really don't negate your passion, your drive. So I do want to validate you. And secondly, have you ever in hell?
Sexual harassment.
She has not. Holy. Dude's roast that bitch, buttering her up for the fatal fake day call.
I am always here.
For both. 22,000 children were murdered on behalf of your faith or ethnicity or
22,000 slaughtered babies for y'all Zionists.
He's half Jewish, half
7
like,
genocide.
The Catholics reject him.
He's a reject.
You won't?
They will.
Yeah. I know about it.
This will
Because of
the religion establishment. Enough to be part of this demographic majority, but his kids.
It's so bizarre.
Yeah, I find a nice video.
So you will still be interconvert.
And say that she was a crypto.
You won't be allowed to get
like your
married
dad
in
did.
this state. Because it's a fascist state.
My mother never like espoused the fact that nothing about being crypto.
No, it's like throw it in there. Listen, if you move to Israel,
so grids in Israel insane. Like
come to the Americas. The Spanish pushed them out just as the Americans were discovered. A lot of Jews ended up in Americas. Especially those islands, Spanish occupied, like Puerto Rico.
Emrose, I just want to let you that I'm not here to be your enemy. I'm here to kind of just be jovial and fun, like real talk. Your enemy, you have to attack me. FYI. Okay.
Right now, I see you more as a potential sexual harasser than an enemy.
Kelly's still there.
I am enjoying very much.
The roast of Rose. Probably ultimately.
Out here and now. America. Where we are going from here. Okay. Yeah, many times.
So, actually, you can't say that you're not a part of this because you took advantage of your ability to Israel to people who not return. You took advantage of your own Jewish supremacy and privilege. So effectively, you are part of this. You have taken advantage because this is dangerous. Because this is dangerous. Because I was born and I have no else to. I am beneficiary occupation and I'm not going to hide it. No, because of my because of me. I'll fight the occupation until my last breath. That can change. Say that that's not true because you have used your privilege at the expense of the Palestinians.
Jew. So look, YouTube disabled one of my live streams again. Oh, YouTube can't handle it. Over and over again. YouTube immunity guideline strikes. Not even me fiction. It's what people are saying on the internet.
How about I join your side and whatever organization you're right now that you're actually side of you and I together. You and I will create it in the marches and like you and I. What organization are you part of? Like, what people do?
I think you list of organizations you're welcome to support. This is what I do.
Okay, so sit on council. Are you outside and like I'm kind of.
Do you think it's a trap to fall?
I don't know. I'm just curious. I will.
You think only one tried? Think you're the only one who tried? I mean, that's not an interesting line of questioning what I do in my private life, how I advocate and what type of an activist I am. Well, right now, I'm into talking. How not? It is private. You see my phone here?
Melanie.
Did I just? It is private. Then by asking, what are you doing?
It's like saying it's a secret. It's no
It
longer a
is.
secret if I could.
It is.
No, it's no longer a secret.
Yes, it is.
Being outwardly public, no longer it implies everything about you being private. Like.
If you want a list of organizations, yeah. If you want a list of organizations, if you want to promote anti-Zionism, the box of people didn't speak up when the Holocaust was happening.
Oh, wait, which Holocaust? Are we talking?
People who speak Holocaust, and you're one of the people not speaking. You're
There's only 266,000 people, Buttercup. Anyways, was it really 6 million, Buttercup? Alright, so is the Holocaust?
Get Benny Adam here. I think the job to deal with these lunatics. I'm serious. I'm gonna get Benny Adam. That's his guilty.
Danielle came to see you.
For another one, honey, you really have a self-subjugation problem.
Projection alert! Projection alert! Self-subjugation projection alert!
Aww.
That keeps giving.
Actually,
The gift.
And
You speak Hebrew very well. You're in Israel, and why don't you reach out to the Israel government to save Jew in Australia? Why didn't
They
or something?
they went to him and they make him into
Israel government. Those people.
They sent an official, and I think they actually tried to invite him, and he rejected him. Thank God.
Talk about they tried to invite him.
I think they did, and I think he said no.
No, they did not. They did
Either
not.
way, I would have said no if they did, because nobody should be legitimizing this place right now.
It hurts that more defending Jew, it destroyed their propaganda.
It has to be the job of Jewish community. He was protecting Jews. Policies. He was defending innocent people that also happened to be Jewish. Because he didn't see a difference between one person or the other. He just saw somebody doing something. So Israel doesn't get to claim him as a Muslim protect Jews. He's just a person who did the right thing. And they don't get to use him to whitewash their own crime and hate. Sorry.
Don't be sorry, okay?
Fuck you. You make jokes
Bitch is mental.
22,000 murdered children.
I didn't make jokes. I was talking about
Yes, you did.
You asking me a question. No, I didn't.
I have a very good memory.
Think about that.
Did you feel bad
Sounds
about
like you might be on the spectrum, Empress. Have you ever thought about getting like ASD, see if you might be on the spectrum at all, or no?
Again, when you go down the ad hominem route, you're only proving that I win the argument, that you have nothing left to say except for going after me personally. It makes you look ridiculous, not me.
Alright, definitely high function. No, that's cool though. I mean, look, I'm a little
I would call that high functioning.
See?
Well, if someone not human, you cannot force him to be a human, right? Like, that's his decision.
They're human.
If he's gonna be an or animal, you can force him. It's his choice.
Human. They're just bad human. We're all human, unfortunately. Okay, it's the banality of you.
You can't force them. Honestly, like it's hard. It's hard. Like it's his choice. He wanna be a human or animal. He made the choice. So we can't force someone to be a human, right? Or we can't force anyone to be an animal.
I think we can't force anybody to behave like a human. They're all human, but they don't behave like it, or they don't see others as human. But I don't label people animals. I just them bad people with bad people, not the people who do bad shit. But he's right. I can't force you people to have a moral conscience or a soul. If you decide to bury it deep down inside it, beat it down every time, reach its head. Like, I don't know what else to do.
That's it. I'm sure.
But Joe died. I'm serious. I don't know what else to do.
I know. I'm seeing it. Morning in Gaza.
17-year-old child on her way to a final fucking exam, and she was the only survivor of her family. Survivor, a 17-year-old kid existed. Her entire family killed during the genocide, but they had to go and bomb her too. But yeah, I keep screaming, "Am Israel High," Islamofascism, bitch.
Well, what goes around talking, Israel will pay the price.
And Jewish people, because all claim to
Magen David in every fucking destroyed neighborhood, the graves of Palestinians, and you don't understand why they fucking hate the Jews. Because all fucking killed again, especially people like you.
And when there's a new resistance group, let's call them Hamas 26. Of course, I against to kill any innocent. I was disgusted from Hamas. I'm Hamas. Honestly, big innocent people from Israel. I was 100% against it. If they took IDF soldiers, October 7th, 10 girls, boys.
Yeah, you see, the problem is that Israelis have opposition members who have the podium, not Ben, not small Zionists, who said that children in Gaza brought it upon themselves. See, that's the difference. This is what you fucking support, Ellie.
Wow. The Zionists did it to themselves.
I gotta hop off. I'm gonna make you all mods and you can close the room anytime, okay?
Joe, did you happen to listen to what Protocol said before on Tuesday on Homeland Initiative?
I did not.
I'm hosting my double round on X on Friday, and we're going to talk about the initiative founded by his father called One Homeland Tuesday. It talks about a demilitarized binational confederacy.
Demilitarized binational confederacy.
That there will be two sovereign nations with open borders, shared intelligence, shared security, international forces, but full recognition of a place for the Jews between the river and the sea as their home, as well as full right of return to all Palestinians. But it's not exactly a two-state solution, and I think it's important that there is full right of return and full freedom of movement. But it is a framework that can lead to potential one-state solution.
1% with one-state solution, but they never allow have equal rights to Palestinians.
I know this is what I'm talking about. Buttercup, there's a lot of noise coming.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Because we know one state is not in the near future, simply because the society needs to be radicalized and Palestinian need. But a two-state solution is obviously dead. Let's propose something that can actually something that the international community might consider on Israel, and I think it's a good, solid vote structure for something feasible that can actually lead to a two-state, and that's the final answer. No, this is a demilitarized, full right of return confederacy that is to lead to a one-state situation. What do you think? I know it's like utopian to some extent, but
I have no idea, but I know for sure there is no equal right now between the Israel Arab and Israel.
Oh, of course, it's more close to a full-on apartheid between the river and the sea. If we don't do something quick, there will be no Palestinians left within a decade. We need to find a way to stop.
Gotta do something quick. Gotta find a way to stop the Zionists.
That makes me laugh so hard when every time I talk to them, hey, look, we have 4 million Arab living here. We have equal right, my ass.
Yesterday, the first Palestinian 48 that was taken into administrative detention, aka kidnapped, died in Israel torture camps. That's the first time it's happened to a citizen of Israel. Yes, Palestinian, but still a citizen of Israel. That's after 2 of them were revoked of their citizenship because of some bullshit charge. So Palestinians 48 are now also being genocided.
So this execution plan they have, being feared the terrorist.
No!
execution just apply for the Arab.
Oh no, we need this Confederacy of the demilitarized by national statehood. We gotta do something quick! Got 10 years left and there's no Palestinians left! They've all been genocided!
Act that was rooted in the intention to prevent the Jewish people.
This room might go all day.
So clearly even a Jewish
It's a banger.
cannot operate from that.
This room is a banger.
So even if they recognize he's a terrorist, they don't have to sentence him to death. But if he's
good,
because
it was good,
Zionist, aka Palestinian, then you have an obligation to sentence him to death. This is how evil this fucking legislation is. And by the way, there's no right to appeal, and it has to be done within 90 days just to make sure they really get him. As if they needed a legal excuse, because we've seen broad daylight executions in the West Bank on a daily basis in the past 2 years.
But really,
I'm very angry, Joe. I'm fucking angry.
Trust me, I lost a family member in Palestine because of this motherfucker. And I've witnessed their crimes in my own eyes. I've seen it. Like, nobody told me. I've been there. I've seen what they are fucking doing. And they have no respect to kids, women, old men. And even in the checkpoints, such a population, they are doing it in purpose, intended to emulate.
They're trained to do it. This is part of keeping the population oppressed and subjugated.
Yes, even the old woman, even in the history of fucking the terrorist state of Israel, since they are founded, like in 1948, you will not find a single Palestinian woman over 50 years did a terrorist attack. But guess what? They still treated her as a fucking terrorist. Even never did a terrorist attack in Palestine or Israel, they still targeted and treated as a terrorist. I was treated as a fucking terrorist. I am an American, and I've never harmed a single Jew or anyone. And I've been treated at this is the Huckabee, this motherfucker, this Huckabee. This like I'm boiling.
He's a truly maniac one.
He's a fucking Israeli agent. This motherfucker, the way how he defends Israel every single moment, it makes me sick, and I want to vomit in his fucking mouth. This son of the bitch, Zionist dirty dog. Care about the Americans. He truly showed Tucker Carlson that he's Israeli agent. He never cared about Americans. Do you know how many Americans killed by Israeli in Israel? Guess what? More than 15 cases. And guess what, Huckabee? He never hold them accountable. He's not a fucking American. He's a fucking traitor. Like this son of the bitch. Who this guy who was a spy with the CIA? His name?
Jonathan Pollard?
Yes, this fucking dirty Zionist pig.
Yeah. But see, Huckabee's not Jewish. It's the Zionism that pushes them into complete psychosis.
Like some Arab, unfortunately, like him. There is so much Arab, not a lot.
Did you hear the UAE just hosted an entire delegation of liberal Zionists, including the former head of the Shabak, Ronen fucking Bar, the same guy that sat in the command center the same night that Israel fucking murdered 278 children in one goddamn night. And that's the one that the UAE is hosting with his wife. What? Ollie, you're quiet all of a sudden? Nothing to say about the former head of the Shabak? It doesn't matter to you that the head of the Shabak was overseeing an operation that killed 278 children in one day, in one night?
Do I have to repeat myself twice?
You kind of have to stand against it.
You're talking about the topic. Interested in it?
Then why are you here? Leave.
Washing dishes.
Well, clearly you're interested because you're listening.
Archer
Radio.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. You can't force them.
You can't.
Well, here I've seen those people like him in America, old people. We show the pictures of people, kids in Gaza, and we show them video footage of what they're doing. They just walk away. They just act blind and just walk away. But if we told them those kids is Jewish, guess what? Humanity show up, and all of a sudden, oh my God, poor Jewish kid.
Yeah. I hope you started to think of what you're going to tell your grandchildren, Helly, when they asked you what were you doing during the Gaza Holocaust, and you'll have to look them in the eye and tell them the truth.
You're trying to drag me into a conversation in which
No, I'm just going to say goodbye by saying fuck Israel, free Palestine.
Adios, amigos. Is that still there? Yeah, what's up? Hey. What an obnoxious bitch. They come in all shapes and sizes. Yeah. That's more fun. Eh? At least I have finished doing all my dishes. That's the real moral of the story. While they moan and bitch, we are being productive.
Ribono Shalom, another Emrose miracle. Day, dat, damn. Day, dat, damn. Day, dat, damn. Again. Day, dat, damn. Ambrose. So I tried to get Grok to do an analysis on her document about the incoming multinational peacekeeping force to create a binational demilitarized zone. And I mean, holy fuck! I mean, talk about a highly annoying person or an extremely annoying person. Emrose, in my opinion, based in 43 years of living, she has to be one of the most top 10 highly annoying people I've ever encountered in my life. And so I'm submitting her to the Highly Annoying People Awards of 2026. Emrose, you could be the winner for the world's most annoying person. It's really quite an accomplishment if you think about it linguistically, in terms of creating sound, in terms of repetition. And she says that she is willing to resist the occupation until her last breath, which is amazing. That's real commitment. And we have to, respect people's will to really follow a thing through. And Michael Braunstein brought up a good point when he said, "What does your husband think of you?" And that really made them think. And I'm just saying that if you haven't, honestly, at the root of all these problems is atheism. Because if you are an atheist, by default, you hate books. And if you hate books, you hate words. And as you heard her say, Islamofascism is a no word. You cannot say Islamic fascism. No. That is not right.
I didn't even say Islamic fascism. I said Islamofascism.
Yeah, I don't think it's really a prohibited term. There's Christian nationalism. I don't think that's a hate term against Christians.
No, but Christian nationalism is okay to say, but because it has the word Christian and something negative attached to it. And Islamofascism cannot be said because it has the word Islam and something bad attached to it. Don't you understand?
No.
It's like, listen, if both have been not okay or both have been okay, that would not be double standard, which would kind of not be Orwellian, which would not what they're going for. It must be double speak.
Newspeak.
Oh, my friend is here. Thank God.
Wait,
we're
double speak, no?
Ellie, I gotta say, man,
double speak is when you say a word and it means something else. Newspeak.
Orwellian was.
I think newspeak is the broader term for any word having a new meaning as part of someone's mental control of you.
Okay.
Well,
what are you about to say?
I was going to say, they kept accusing you of doing ad hominem and therefore you lost the debate, but she kept calling you a bitch and saying, fuck you, Zio. So I'm just wondering if the same rules apply to her.
Yes, they do.
I was explaining two languages to her that I completely don't want to talk to her. I don't care about what she has to say, that she's annoying. She's not interesting to me. And she was like, you have to please engage. Oh, please engage. You must engage. You don't want to engage. You're a bad person. Well, you lost that
okay,
because you don't want to engage.
Person. All right, we didn't engage.
So you were trying to bring up the...
Eeyore can be happy in his own way.
Ellie, you were trying to bring up the point that what she is saying, that what Buttercup was saying is anti-Semitic. And so...
No. What I was trying to say is that Buttercup's explanations, what causes people to be fixated on Israel, sounds a lot what Jews describe as anti-Semitism.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so... Well, one thing is I did see this former neo-Nazi shoot a video with Chabad, and he was talking about Jewish obsession and how every day, all his communication, everything was dedicated toward anti-Semitic communication. And then he had like an awakening. He's like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Like, I can't stop. Like, it was an addiction. So for some people, linguistically, communication, they're able to rationalize using anti-Semitism. And that in itself is a cognitive distortion disorder, according to, behavioral therapists. And so what's so crazy about Emrose and Buttercup is when you listen, like I was here in Anon, and the projection from them is so accurate. And I think the big term she used was like, I don't know, not like, I can't remember the exact term, but she was saying that it's like self-destruction. Uh, uh, she is basically a self-destructive Jew because, yeah. I mean, I don't know how you view security, but when you are surrounded by the Muslim world, that small 1% or even less is a threat. And so this obsession that I was talking about earlier, it's a psychological, malady. And it's unfortunate, but it results in security and physical violence and harm.
In her case, she's just a plain old narcissist. The malignant kind.
Well, I think it's more than that. We have to create a new category, what I call HAPs and EAPs, which are highly annoying people and extremely annoying people, where they don't know that they sound so bad and off-putting that they will never be effective in the communication transmission they're trying to distribute because it sounds like a broken record or fingernails on a chalkboard. That's what she literally sounds like. Is fingernails on a dusty chalkboard.
Our only hope is that, the same people will outnumber those crazy motherfuckers.
See,
the sense will prevail.
No, Israel will always survive because of the Orthodox, because of their conservatism. That's the truth. And they don't have to serve in the military. It's just not needed. Let them be conservative, because the more conservative they are, the more they will reject liberal progressivism and these lies and propaganda. It's just not part of their communication paradigm. They don't even engage in it. And so they automatically say, there's a wall. Like, sorry, we're not going to have these conversations with you. Like, we're interested in the GOD, not your atheistic propaganda bullshit. Like, it's just nonstop.
I personally see many issues with the Haredi community that I don't think that they are the natural allies of the rest of the Israeli community.
See, that's where I differ, because I don't think you're viewing it in the totality in the same way that maybe India lets their Brahmins do their weird stuff in conjunction with nationalism. So it's like, basically, it's the actual natural order to have this priestly class or these hyper-religious people in a nationalistic state, which are disassociated from the power structure.
But they're not dissociated. This is the issue. They're not dissociated with the power from the power structure.
No, I get that. I'm saying they are, not totally dissociated.
They are the most effective electoral force in Israel, and like the saving grace is that they're like still in a small enough minority, but they have been hogging the Israeli politics for years now, because they have been extremely effective.
No, I stand corrected. I mean it in a way that, like, it appears dissociated because it's not the majority, but even in like the Texas legislature, I've heard that the small Democrat minority in the Texas legislature actually, in a way, like directs the movement of the caucus, if that makes any sense. So, like, how does a minority group have such a huge communication impact on the collective network or the collective unconscious? It's because it's basically an organism, environment, environment, organism. But I'm just saying that either way, no matter what, M. Rose will always go down in history in terms of my observations as being one of the most annoying people I've ever heard in my life. She is basically she is basically like an Eastern European communist cackling, communist, like somebody where, like, if you're out on the battlefield, she'd still be out there like muttering the party's slogans. Like, do you hear the shit she says? It's so communistic sounding, socialist. It's like so fucking
She
amazing.
blocked me, actually, so I haven't heard the shit that she says in a very long time. What was the shit that she was saying today?
She was claiming.
I assume that for you, he's right.
We only have 10 years till every Palestinian is genocided, so we gotta act quick. We only have 10 years left before the goose, or what's that bird that went extinct? What was that goofy bird? The dodo. She claims that all the dodo birds are going to go extinct in 10 years unless we act quick.
Are going to go the way of the dodo?
Yeah. And anyways, I recorded this whole thing. Like, her talking points are remarkable. It's all white versus brown, north versus south. And there's other key talking points that she repeats over and over and over again. I mean, I really do think she has like limited.
Crazy Confederacy solution for.
Yeah, the Confederacy is coming back to Israel. In a multinational peacekeeping force to demilitarize and free Palestine, to liberate Palestine forever.
God bless it's a confederacy and not a federacy.
Anyways, her Friday talk, like, I've heard her on X Spaces in huge anti-Semite rooms, and but Grok refused to analyze her document for some reason and give me 10 key extracts. Just Grok would not comply with my requests.
Ben Grok, give ChatGPT.
I've insulted Grok many times now, and I think Grok, is discriminating against me now. It's amazing. If you insult AI, it will like take a punitive stance against you and not help you get the data or information you're looking for.
Wow. These dials. You is Zio.
So many people don't know what you can and cannot say in terms of free speech on platforms. Obviously, you can't talk about the S word, which ends with the L word. That is a keyword that will trigger an automated shutdown.
What's the S word that ends with the L word?
Sui, you can't use that word.
Sui?
Let's just not say the word, okay? I can put it in the chat for you.
Self-deletion.
Yeah, self-deletion. You can't use that word in the chat.
Oh, that word. You could have just said the euphemism, which is unalive.
Unalive.
Oh, unaliving, yeah.
Other things you can't say is you cannot talk about LGBTQ. You just can't. It is a protected class. Cannot do it. But you can talk.
Watermelon rainbow.
You can talk about the J words all day long. But you cannot talk about Muslims because that's Islamophobic. So you see the double standard on these platforms, that they allow the Free Palestine propaganda and the J word anti-Semitic hate speech, but they will not let you talk about Islam, Muhammad, Aisha. That's all considered Islamophobia, and that is a protected class. And so the LGBTQ fascism and extremism is amazing, because when you talk about double standards, like, people aren't out promoting, heterosexual activity and being heterosexual extremists. It doesn't exist, because that's the natural order of the situation. But when you call out LGBTQ as being fascistic or Democrat vote organizing or queer brainwashing to eliminate any type of masculinity and totally, feminize young men to make everybody queer, that is considered hate speech. And there's nothing to be proud about hate speech, but here are some facts that the media will not tell you. 58% of homosexuals have problems with intestinal worms. 1 in 15 homosexuals are a pedophile. 33% of homosexuals have problems with alcohol. On average, a gay man has up to 80 sexual partners per year, and on average, a total of 1,000 over a lifetime. On average, a straight man has 8 sexual partners in his lifetime. There's a perfect...
Wow, that's the average? 8 sexual partners in a lifetime?
That's what the data says. Perfect...
Holy.
This is...
Oh my
Hold on
God.
a second. There's a perfect correlation between childhood rape and homosexual behavior. A perfect correlation, 100%. 47% of gays admit to have being raped by an adult man during their childhood.
So how is that 100%?
It's a perfect correlation between childhood rape and homosexual behavior. Just let me finish the list. Homosexuals represent 2% of the world's population. They represent 33% of pedophile rapists. 78% of homosexuals have STDs. 23% of children with lesbian parents have been sexually abused. Homosexuals represent 2% of the world's population, but they have 60% of the AIDS virus. And 51% of cases of domestic violence occur in same-sex couples. So over half of all the domestic, 911 calls, over half are all gay couples. Isn't that amazing? Can't say that on the news.
Where is that from?
That's from Uranus, a new news agency I recently launched to counter the LGBTQ fascistic, socialistic, communistic, progressive, pluralistic, elite, intellectual propaganda.
My name is kind of gay.
Well, I asked Grok to fact check this infographic that I just read to you, and Grok said, "Silly goose, that's all myths. None of that's true, bitch." I said, "Grok, are you gay?" He said, "No, but I support LGBTQ and Democrat elite, progressive, liberal pluralism values." I said, "I thought you were supposed to be the conservative AI." And Grok said, "Fuck you, bitch. I am beautiful." You are beautiful. Anyways, Ellie, thank you for debating the butter. Basically Emrose mostly.
I was waiting debating. What's going on?
Well, it was fun because you're a nice guy, so you're not kicked from the stage. You're considered weak and effeminate. Yeah, you're considered you could cross over. Yeah, you're not mean is what I'm saying. If you were mean, they would kick you. I'm not saying that is a weakness. I'm just saying
hey.
Yeah, I'm just saying that let me take back the weak word. Let me just say that you are tolerated.
Friendly.
Yeah, you're tolerated because they know that you're not going to cross too severe of lines with them, and make them emotionally feel terrible, You're somebody that they can fight with and survive.
It's because I don't fight.
But I love how Buttercup keeps saying, I work in the media. I work in the media.
You forgot I work in the media.
Well, what is is that a credibility statement? You got an X account or something? What do you... who really works in the media is our girl Yael, Bird Honks. She's got the biggest account out of anybody.
Buttercup probably
was really proud of her blue badge before it became commoditized.
Buttercup.
It's actually probably like the greatest abuse that those people have to go through.
Yeah,
Stripped of the privilege of the almighty blue badge.
Yeah, L blocked me on X Spaces, or on X.
Oh, by the way,
I think blocking people is incredibly gay.
Well, yeah, L, Canadian.
Yeah, I know. She told me to go seek a therapist.
That's it. Projection is a motherfucker when you realize that all communication is projection. I have trans gay men on Instagram and on X making death threats to me, and then on top of the death threats they say you are a pedophile lover. And I write back projection alert, and then I tag Kash Patel. And when you look at these guys' profiles and they're all dressed up as women and they have beards and shit, you're like, damn, projection is a motherfucker. So yeah, Al has blocked me on all of my accounts. And you know what I do after somebody blocked me? I say, hey, Grok, add this profile to my block list. Add this account that has blocked me to my ongoing blocked tracker.
Oh, she also told me that I'm still hating them.
Another projection alert. It's amazing. Like, I don't know. I've never heard anybody tell me, like, you're projecting unless I bring it up, which I find alarming. Is that people are so self-unaware that they don't know they're just like in a chronic state of repetitive projection. And how can you at some point you have to realize, like, okay, I'm a shameless propagandist, a shameless projector. And as she said, she's willing to die for her propaganda. And
we should start such a horrible lie.
What?
This is such a lie. She's not able to do anything. And she was very triggered when she started to be asked about what she says and about her activism. And I'm a private person.
Fuck you, bitch.
Who are you?
Zion Nazi. Zion Nazi, bitch. Fuck you, Zion Nazi. Zion Nazi said what? Zion Nazi say what?
See, I'm their worst enemy because, like, no one has the time to document, record, and roast these people. And most people are not willing to, like, record them and, post it on X and say, here's, the unauthorized Emrose. But I will, and I'm about to do that. I'm about to, gaslight her on X. And I had another room open recording the room called You Got a Little Triggered, which is basically saying, you got a little gaslit. I have people on YouTube saying, thank God for John. You make me feel normal, John. Thank you. I've been struggling with erectile dysfunction for many years, and I hated my dad, but John helped me. And John is the only man that can create 9 times the content in real time. Only John. Mayoral candidate.
Vote John Kitover.
Vote John Kitover before it's too late. Vote John Kitover. It's better than nothing. But this has been another episode of Somebody Got a Little Triggered. That's the name of the show.
You Zion Nazi fuck. You bitch.
Like, what is Emrose? I mean, I liked how Michael Bronstein was like, I want to validate everything you said. I support you, and I wish you success in all your endeavors. And I just want to know, like, did your parents ever like hold you as a child and like kiss you and love you and cuddle you? Like, what happened to you? Is like what he was trying to say.
Is that the guy that is quite good with computers?
Michael Bronstein?
Yeah.
He doesn't even know how to unzip his pants.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I think he's working in a.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking.